Leslie and her team waiting to help you. So if you're at the end of summer here, starting fall, and you just don't feel good about yourself, whether it's your blood pressure or cholesterol and want to lose a few pounds, it can happen with our friends at Wada Wellness. Just go to the website, aplanforme.com. No cookie cutter plan. It's different for every individual that walks in there. Just say, hey, Dunaway did it. He seems pretty lazy. Seems like if it worked for him, it worked for me. They'll laugh and say, absolutely, and they'll set you up with a plan. There's no contract. There's no sign-up fees, and the consultation is free, so no out-of-pocket money to go see Leslie and her team, aplanforme.com, and it works. The other thing I wanted to bring up, and you guys chime in here, right after the show, our Mystery Fifth Hour drops, a new edition of the Mystery Fifth Hour, which is our video and audio podcast that we do where we talk no sports. And one of the questions I asked in this podcast is favorite child photo, your favorite photo of when you were a kid, and why is it such a meaningful photo to you? A couple of good answers coming up in the Mystery Fifth Hour. It'll be on all of our platforms at the top of the hour at 1 o'clock. So we'll look for that, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Thanks to our great folks at McCurry, right?
That's right, McCurry Rentals. Yeah. McCurryrentals.com.
Yours was the first nude Polaroid given to you, right?
Yeah, from back in the
had to shake that thing.
Yeah, I had to shake that thing, and then we took a picture.
They're back now, by the way. The kids use them.
Yeah, I've seen that. We also had the next round happy hour cocktail.
That's right. That dropped last night at 7 o'clock
with our infamous mystery bartender.
That's right.
I saw who it was. I watched last night.
So if you have not seen who it is, go check that out. It's on our video platforms, and we'll send it out a couple of times throughout the week. Next round cocktails with Brittany Wagner and Kelly Hunter. Is she going by Kelly Hunter or Kelly Falls on that?
Kelly Hunter.
Kelly Hunter, Jim.
All right. So there you go. That's the end of the promotional part of the show here. One more big thing to talk about before we are done here today, and that's one more college football game that we haven't talked a ton about today, but we've mentioned it a couple of times in passing. Texas A&M at Mississippi State, and Furman surprised me a little bit there. He was sort of giving the Aggies a fighting chance in this one. I get the feeling on the table here, you guys don't think the Aggies have a fighting chance in this one?
No. They've got a fighting chance. I think this will be a tight game. I just like Mississippi State in this game, and it's not because of what everybody thinks about the Mississippi State offense under Mike Leach. It's actually because the Zach Arnett defense against Max Johnson and that weaker passing offense, and the offense was now weaker, losing one of their playmakers in Anaya Smith.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, A-Chain, you got to stop him. Outside of that, Evan Stewart's a deep threat, the freshman. Max Johnson's not a quarterback that's going to strike fear in anybody coming on the road, especially against that State defense. Here's a number for you. Texas A&M is 0-6 straight up as an underdog on the road under Jimbo Fisher.
0-6?
Yeah. Straight up.
Yeah.
So they never lose as a road dog.
No, they're 0-6. They've never
won as a road dog.
I mean, that's what I meant. Never won as a road dog. Excuse me. Thank you for the correction.
By the way, they're 4-point underdogs here.
You know, in their receiving core, too, I guess I had just missed Musha Muhammad's son playing there. Like, the Arkansas game was the first time I realized Musha Muhammad's son was playing for Texas A&M. And the minute I recognized it and pointed it out to you guys, he had like 3 straight penalties. Their passing game is just so...
So you're telling me that Jimbo Fisher, as the head coach, as a road underdog, has never won the game?
No. At A&M, he hasn't.
How long has he been there now? 5 years?
Well, there's
it seems like they should be road underdogs more than 6 times.
No, I would agree with Jim. It does seem like it'd be more than 6 times.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Richard D. I don't know what the D stands for. Richard pointing out over there the old do factor there for Jimbo Fisher.
Well, maybe, but
I mean, 2 of those would be in Tuscaloosa.
So wait, 4 years.
Yeah.
So 16 SEC road games.
Oh, these are SEC road games.
I mean, I would think that's the only one that would be underdogs.
I don't even know what other road games they've played that have mattered.
Me either.
And keep in mind now,
I guess they played one at Clemson.
Neutral site, so that one wouldn't count in Dallas.
Yeah.
So
that's true.
You can see how the numbers
True road games, 0-6. That blows me away.
I don't know why. It's Jimbo.
It blows me away he hadn't won one. Blows me away it's only been 6 games in 4 years that they've been road underdogs. Just blows me away.
Are you blown away, Jim?
I am. All right. Set the alerts. Press the thumbs up button to like and subscribe on all the platforms there as we get ready to record some new, fresh content for you. Hope you've enjoyed the show. We're back with you 9 a.m. Central Time on Thursday. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
It's a Thursday. That means football returns tonight here in America. NFL, couple of college games. We'll talk about that. A special guest in studio with us next segment to help us celebrate a special day today. It is Watt LT.
This is confirmed. It is show number 300. I know
I don't know if we could trust this.
when I was in the Floribama, but yes, this is show number 300. We went back that day. You guys know I was
Bushwhacked.
I was bushwhacked, but I was really thrown off when
That's what happens when you get bushwhacked.
That's right.
Well, when we did the simple math that it would be impossible for us to do 300 shows, but since that day, I got on track, and we are show number 300 today as we enter my favorite month of the year, which will be October on Saturday.
That's not what we call this month coming up. What do we call this month coming up?
We call it October.
We call it Locktober, Rockstar.
We don't need those points.
We don't need those points in September.
Do I just need Brown to be my tout?
You do.
You really do.
Yeah.
You really do.
Why,
He's your
'cause you like
hype
the way I
guy.
sell it?
Yeah, you sell it.
I do. I
man.
try.
He's your hype guy. So show number 300, we'll celebrate all that. We've grown a little bit regionally, and we continue to bring in more subscribers and viewers from around the Southeast, and we appreciate you guys so much, based out of Birmingham, Alabama. So a number of you, as we look at our analytics, watch us or listen to us in the state of Florida, and we're thinking of a lot of you this morning as we watch that storms. Yeah, I was mentioning to Brown beforehand and LT with the Ring doorbells and all the doorbells that have the video and the security cameras. You see such a different video of storms now that's always recording, not just people stealing your packages or who actually rings your doorbell, which is few and far between, but actual storm surge yesterday. The video we've seen from traffic cameras and Ring doorbells and stuff of the storm surge is just amazing. I'm still blown away in this day and age that we feel like as news reporters or weather people, meteorologists, that we have to stand out in storms in coverage. Like, we almost lost the great, who was it, Jim Cantori last night?
Oh, did we really?
I mean, did you see the video?
No, I did not.
He's out there, and the storm's really blowing, and it looked like it was a small bush as he's trying to make it to a street sign, which was barely hanging on to get to a tree to get back into safety. It looked like a big bush comes blowing down the street and catches him in his leg and knocks him to the ground. But like the athlete he is, he gets up and he makes it to a safe area. But at some point, we got to say, we've seen this.
No, it's completely unnecessary.
We've seen this for 30 years.
For show. It's completely unnecessary. So if he got bushwhacked, that's on him. He's just trying to get views and clicks and attention.
Yeah.
So that's just completely ridiculous.
I do think he over embellishes
he
a lot
does.
of his situations.
Yeah.
The most amazing video that I sent, I meant to send it to Forster yesterday. I just sent it to him. There's some crazy stuff out there, but whenever he gets this thing set up, he can show it to us. It's pretty amazing.
My favorite one of all time was the guy that was, I think it was Houston flooding or something like that, and he's doing his report from a boat. Like, they got the shot set up from a long way off, and he's in a boat, and he's got his microphone and all on, and like two guys, just to show him up, walk behind him in the water. The water's like maybe thigh deep.
Yeah.
The dude's sitting out in a boat like he's in the middle of, the Atlantic. It's ridiculous.
Forster and Rockstar cut 11 here. And again, it's a serious situation. We're evaluating the storm damage and everything down in Florida. I saw where, these people, when you lose your power, if that's the worst thing that happens to you, it's not that big a deal, but it is if you're going through it right, if you want your electricity back.
Right. I mean, if we were to say we had the aftermath, I remember it was like 6-7 years ago where the high winds came in from one of the hurricanes and they knocked a lot of power out locally, and we had some direct TV issues. And you feel a little guilty when you think about that. It's almost like you're sitting in traffic on Highway 280. Somebody has flipped their car. They're dead. And you're bitching about having to sit in 20 minutes. And I'm guilty of it all the time.
Oh, no, I've admitted I get irrationally upset at that.
It's always a very, news is very local, right? And, there are people who are trying to see if they've got a house this morning down in Florida, and some loss of a life, and we're thinking about everybody there. But the television and media industry that we're part of will stand out in the middle of storms, and then you're trying to protect the equipment too. This is real video. Forrester has found us. Obviously, it's an NBC affiliate, as I can see on all the logos. Channel 2 somewhere. Mm-hmm. We have no name or anything. This is just on social media, and this is legit. Okay. You got to protect the equipment any way you can. Forrester will tell you that when you're out there in the weather, you can't let your electronics get wet. This is the first time I've ever seen this ever. I assume not suitable for work for some people here, but
maybe. So slight warning. Okay.
A slight warning.
Yeah. Tread lightly here.
PG-13, if you will.
How long is this? Maybe 30 seconds. Give us a good 30.
We promote safe technology, right?
Yes. So now that I see the picture, yes, we absolutely do.
Yeah. As we like to say sometimes, no glove, no report. Here's Channel 2 in the hurricane.
A lot of people are asking, what is on my microphone? It is what you think it is. It's a condom. It helps protect the gear. We can't get these mics wet. There's a lot of wind, there's a lot of rain, so we gotta do what we gotta do, and that is put a condom on the microphone.
I gotta think there's a better way.
Well, and
I think that's a message to corporate that you guys aren't giving us.
Oh, was that? Oh, so she went Dunaway on them. That was super passive aggressive.
I'm thinking that's what it is.
I don't know. Did you think she had one in her purse, or you think it was the camera guy?
I mean, the frozen shot there that's on the screen.
Yeah, wow,
is uncomfortable.
Yes, very.
Just like she's interviewing you. Yes. I'll answer a question.
So anyway, I was.
She
I
went
was
straight for the base too.
We're in the car. Maybe. Hey, so you think Rockstar? She was just super passive aggressive right there.
It could be. Just, why even bring it up? And make a whole ordeal about it when why do you have to show it right to the camera?
Yeah.
What would that do, Forrester? What would that do to the audio? I mean, I've never talked into one before.
I would think that would muffle it a little bit.
A little.
Yeah. How would it sound, Rockstar, if it was muffled a little bit?
Yeah, like this a little bit.
Maybe she's looking for an NIL deal, right? Forrester's got my video ready if you're ready for it.
Okay, let's see Forrester's video. I mean, this is LT's video.
This is the streets of Fort Myers.
I saw this.
There are sharks swimming down.
No, they're not.
That is.
Oh, come on.
Well, the storm surge brings the ocean to the streets.
Have you ever seen the video of the shark that's supposedly swimming up the interstate? I love that one.
Okay, but this is legitimate, Brown.
I can't see it. It's too
There's
far
a
away
sidewalk right here.
Yeah.
On the other side of the fence, that's a median. There's a light post right there.
I think it's a Weather Channel employee with a shark fin on.
No, that's
Nope.
shark.
It is absolutely sharks. I mean, it happens. I mean, I'm sure there's stingrays and grouper and shrimp.
Keep going. Yeah, keep going.
Barbecue, shrimp,
tuna?
coconut. There's a lot in there.
I think one of my favorites, though, is every time one of these hurricanes comes through, somebody throws out the video or the photo of the shark swimming up the interstate. And people fall for it every time, like, my gosh, there's a shark on the interstate.
Yeah, never.
No,
you know what's
not.
weird is I had a dream
Photoshop.
last night that I was like in a hotel, and when I walked into the lobby, I became fully immersed in water.
Okay.
And my cell phone was ruined.
Oh, that happens. I have that dream occasionally. That I
Yeah.
get in water, but I've got my cell phone in my pocket.
Yeah, my cell phone was completely destroyed, but I wonder if it had anything to do with all of the coverage of the flooding.
Yep. As many of you are joking in the chat room this morning that that protection on the microphone is only 99.5% reliable. There's still a slim chance water could get through.
You could have a lavalier mic burst out of that.
Yeah. So
That's a joke because of how
Rusty.
small it is, yes.
part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Wayne's. Always 100% reliable there. Wayne's will protect your home from pests, keep those on the outside as the temperature is cool, but also as we get ready for another football weekend, fall temperatures are here. You got to take care of that grass.
You absolutely do. See, what a lot of people think is my yard of the neighborhood in the summer and the spring, I don't have to worry about that in the summer or the spring. Well, that isn't correct, my friend. Wayne's reminds you that the shutdown of the growing season is key, and that's where we are right now. So you got to get the proper nutrients in the soil and the root system and the pre-emergence to make sure your yard looks perfect. Envirolawn at Wayne's takes the thinking out of that. They handle it all themselves. You can get on board right now by calling 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES and the number 1. Use the code TNR for the next round and save big. We're going to knock a month off of it. We'll pay for the first month. TNR is the code when you call 866-WAYNES1 and jump on that Envirolawn so your yard looks perfect this summer.
All right. Show number 300, our special guest will unveil that person coming up in the next segment. Later in the show, Jacob Hester is with us at 10 o'clock. LSU comes to play Auburn. Jacob will talk all college football in the SEC, but specifically that game with us at 10. Stan White with us on the Auburn game at 11 o'clock. Brandon Marcello in the final hour, 12 Central. He'll join us to talk about 10 really good college football games that are on the slate this weekend. And he also did a really interesting study, a report that he sends out, the pros and cons of September firings to get you into the coaching carousel. And Brandon's got a nice piece. It's in the morning rounds, top reads this morning at nextroundlive.com. And Buster Olney joins us at 12:35 to talk baseball, that big Mets-Braves series coming up. And last night, we finally get home run number 61. And if you're a college football fan,
thank God.
They don't play today, but if you're a college football fan, you're probably cheering that he gets 62 on Friday so we don't get any Aaron Judge interruptions on Saturday.
Please, we'll still get them.
Not if he gets 62. There's nothing left at that point.
What time do they play?
There's nothing left. What time do they play? Saturday?
Yeah.
I'll tell you right now.
It's probably a night game.
No, 61 obviously is a big deal. I'm glad he went on and got this under his belt. People started to think he was pressing a little bit because he had gone 7 games.
But 62 breaks it, so that's going to be a bigger hit.
Yeah, but then it becomes what some people will view as the actual record. So everyone he gets,
but there's only 7
forward.
games left. He can't get to 73.
I know he can't get to 73, but I'm saying that the so-called baseball purist or whatever believe that the record is 61.
They won't interrupt programming for numbers after 62.
I don't know. What do you think, Brown?
I can't believe they're interrupting it for numbers before 62, so I am not going to make any bets, LT. Surely they got enough blowback. I don't know if they pay attention to it, but it roundly got criticized.
12:05 p.m.
So right in the
Baltimore
middle.
at New York.
It's just ridiculous that they're even doing this for a stupid. I mean, it's a Yankees record.
Well, they may not be if we get a Friday home run.
No, I mean they did last Saturday. It was dumb they did it last Saturday, so I'm not going to put anything past them.
It's a good opportunity maybe to serve up a few meatballs on Friday to him and let him jack one out. Who are they playing? The Orioles?
Yeah.
Do you have TV on that?
He kills the Orioles.
You talking about for Saturday?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's on Fox.
But sometimes they show. Oh, is it? No, it won't be on Fox.
No, it won't be on. Yeah.
Sometimes they show it with on MLB Network too, and that's. I think they did that this past Saturday, which makes it even more ridiculous that ESPN was breaking in.
No TV listed here.
No, it's pay-per-view.
Yeah, pay-per-view.
Tiger Vision.
All right, so Aaron Judge gets 61. It's a big deal. He ties Roger Maris, the record that so many, even Bonds, who was on that alternate broadcast last Sunday night, pointed out that 61 is still such a number that the pressure to get to 61, even though that wasn't the record anymore for him, was monumental.
Well, again, I think most of us enjoyed sports growing up. Numbers jumped out, milestones, and 61 was always that number to me I wanted to see broken as a kid. Really, no one ever came close. I think McGuire had 37 at the break, maybe his rookie or his second year with the A's. But you never really saw anybody make that run until we saw Sosa McGuire do it 98. So, look, this is a cool thing. I mean, he's got now tied for the American League record. He'll probably break that. And really a cool thing, Roger Maris Jr. right there in the crowd. He pointed to him. They pointed to each other. Roger Maris Jr. was on the podium afterwards. It's a cool thing.
Yep. And Roger Maris Jr. says he'll go back to Yankee Stadium for the series.
Did you
coming
see
up
the
this
fan miss the grab, though?
I did. And the funny part of it, it's Sarah Walsh, who used to do ESPN reporting. Yeah. She's on the NFL Network. Her husband, I think it's Matt Bushman, who's now the Yankees bullpen coach, actually caught it. And he of course, gave it back to Aaron Judge, no price or anything like that. And she had, relocated from their home in Tampa. On social media, she was at her parents' house. And she was like, yes, I was getting text after text after text, seeing if we're okay with the hurricane, da-da-da-da-da. Then all of a sudden, I'm getting 1,000 text after text that Matt caught the ball and gave it back to Aaron Judge. What was he thinking? you may want to check first and see if our home is still standing. We could have sold it and bought a new home. And she started joking about maybe divorcing him since he wouldn't even call her about keeping the ball or anything.
Yeah, I think
joking, of course.
Yeah, of course. I think when you're in the business and you're a bullpen coach on the opposing team, I think you've got to hand that over. I think that's just an unwritten rule. Yeah, it is. It's professional etiquette.
I'm sure behind the scenes, Judge did something for the guy.
But let me ask you guys this: the Toronto fan that had glove down, hits glove, bounces off. If you do catch that ball, what is your price? How do you handle that? Because a lot of people think that you're greedy, you're holding up history. It's Aaron Judge's ball. I think I hold on to it for a little bit.
What are you trying to get out of it?
I don't know yet. I mean, there's so many things that are going for so much money right now.
But I would want to give it back to Judge. So I would be greedy. I'd be greedy, but still greedy only to Judge. So I wouldn't go open market on it.
No. So hey, look, you're about to make $300 to $500 million. Let's say $50,000.
I'll take $1 million of it.
Yeah, you would take $1 million of it. I would take if I'm a big Blue Jays fan, I would take season tickets, really good seats, 2 of them, the rest of my life that Aaron would pay for.
Jeez.
And
that's more than $50,000.
How old are you, fella?
Oh, did you say $50,000?
I said $50,000.
$1 million.
Yeah, we're way off.
And I would take $100,000.
Jeez.
Yeah, I would want season tickets the rest of my life to Blue Jay games, really good seats, 2. And then $100,000. I think he would do that.
Boy, you guys! I thought I was the negotiator here.
Listen, I have no idea. I was kidding about the $1 million. I don't even know what I.
I think he would do that in a heartbeat.
I don't know if he would because I think 62 is going to be bigger. Now, if he doesn't get 62, that's why you hold on to it.
I'd find out where he's a member golf course. If he's a big golfer, if he's a member there, I would parlay some rounds of golf into it as well.
Some rounds, not one.
No, it'd be more than one. If it's a good course.
Membership at the club?
You think anybody would ask for it? I know you still know Derek Jeter. He's still close to the organization. I just want his catalog.
I got a cousin. She's probably a 6.
Yeah, but what good would the catalog do me? I could call up and get no from 100 different women?
Well, Aaron Judge got to handle that. You negotiated.
All right, so Judge gets 61. We're about to talk about some college football here in this opening segment of show number 300. That's brought to you in part by our friends at Hemphill. They bring you the lock every day. LT, you got a college game, South Carolina State, South Carolina, the moved game to Thursday night. Not really an interest in betting on that one, but you got a BYU game tonight. You got the NFL game tonight, which has Tua Tagovailoa questionable. They
say the sources say he's going to play.
Right. They upgraded, downgraded. I don't know which way you go when it's closer to you playing as opposed to not playing. But a step in the right direction yesterday for Tua Tagovailoa tonight. So just the precariousness, the question of whether or not Tua will play tonight, how does that impact the line in betting on this game for you?
Well, it will impact it huge if he doesn't play. Teddy Bridgewater, a guy that's started a ton of games. I think the number would probably move right now. It's 4, 3.5 or 4. It probably moves to 6 or 6.5. Cincinnati.
That's a big
it's
move.
Pretty significant. I fully expect Tua to play in this game, and we haven't seen this matchup, Tua versus Burrow, since 2019 and Bryant Denny.
And guess who wasn't fully healthy then either? Tua Tagovailoa. LT will send out an official
stunner.
LT will send out an official play, a free one later on at the Lance Taylor on Twitter. The Lance Taylor on Twitter. You can get all his plays always. Lance'sLock.com. Lance'sLock.com. Use a promo code Jim for a discount there. Hemphill Services bring you the lock every day here on the show for all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Adam and Chad and their team fix it. They fix it right. They fix it the first time. 205-229-2090. 229-2090. One note for the Auburn game this weekend, TJ Finley not going to play, now being called a AC joint injury officially by Tom Green of AL.com, who's reporting with the first report that TJ will not play against LSU this weekend.
It seems like that takes a little bit of time to heal, too. I don't know what the normal AC joint is, but you see a lot of quarterbacks get that, and it takes a minute to get past that one. That's not like a 1 or 2 game thing normally, I don't think.
I don't think we're surprised by this.
No.
Right?
And Nick Saban says that JoJo Earle, even though he was dressed last week, is still day-to-day with him. Now, he doesn't say day-to-day as many times as Bill Belichick did yesterday, 12 times in one answer. But JoJo Earle is day-to-day. Jordan Battle is day-to-day coming off the hamstring. Byron Young, the defensive lineman, is day-to-day coming off of his ankle tweak sprain in the Vandy game as well. So some question marks, but some positive news for all those guys for Alabama as they get ready for the big one at Arkansas. So that's where we are on the college football slate as we get going today. We got a big weekend coming up in Talladega as well with the weather. It's been perfect all week for all the campers who are already there. They're ready to party over at Talladega, Brownie.
877-GO-TO-DEGA is the number to jump on board and get your spot at the Talladega Super Speedway for Sunday's Yellowwood 500. Don't forget the Saturday night concert as well. Bailey Zimmerman and Chase Young. Your Sunday ticket gets you in free for that one. So make sure you find out everything about that. Get your tickets, get your spot. 877-GO-TO-DEGA, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. That's 877-GO-TO-DEGA or TalladegaSuperspeedway.com for the race this weekend. The 2022 Yellowwood 500 coming to the Talladega Superspeedway. I'm told it's show 300. We have a special guest to celebrate that, a mystery guest, if you will, next.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
This hour of the next round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business, with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com. For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The new Ride plus $50,000 cash giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away a Ford Bronco, Jeep Wrangler, and $50,000 cash. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings October 21st and 22nd. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. Show number 300 today. We will throw a Cowan Equipment poll question out very soon. We appreciate the fine folks at Cowan Equipment who have been with us since show number 1, 300 shows into this.
Yeah, love the fine folks at Cowan Equipment. If you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Let's bring in some special guests, Brown, especially this first one, who we wouldn't be here today without him. I would have never been a sportscaster without this guy.
Well, this is show number 300, so there is nobody in this industry that is more influential to the three of us than our special guest, the legendary Herb Winches.
Well, thank you very much, guys, and hello again, everybody.
You were asking me in the lobby, when was the last time you were in with us? And I think it was a week after we started, so it was last August.
Yes.
It was it? I thought it was show number 2 because...
maybe it was.
I think no, Herb
Don't
was...
ask Lunsford.
You were at the lunch party, right?
Correct.
Downtown, and then you came in the next day, if I remember.
So that was show 2.
After your launch party. Yeah, it's true. And you've come a long way, baby.
Yeah, 298 shows since that one.
and they said it wouldn't last.
Yes,
Hey, so there are reports that certain players, you were talking about NIL on the Wild West, it was going to be, certain players might make $5 million this year.
Well, remember, that was the discussion, because that's when the Supreme Court ruled 9-0 that they can now accept money. And we all talked about it and said it is going to be the Wild West, and it's opened it up, and it's just unbelievable where this money has gone. And I got one, and we'll move on, but I got to tell you a true story. I won't tell you the person's name, but I'll tell you he's very, very wired at the University of Alabama. He's a great individual. And I asked him, I said, I know you're close to everything. And I said, Bryce Young got that first deal for $800,000, and now you're seeing all this money. I said, what do you think, the rest of the players on that team and how this is all going to play itself out? He said, well, let me give you an example. We all know Jordan Addison, the wide receiver from Pittsburgh.
Right.
He had 1 year of eligibility left, okay? Now, this was this past summer. Alabama tried to get him to join Bryce Young. And they flew him out there which was legal, and they were going to get together and throw the football some and really see if they gelled together. And they did. So he decides that, I'm going to play. I want to play with a Heisman Trophy winner. So I want to be a part of your team. The day before he was scheduled to announce he was coming to Alabama, only 1 year of eligibility left now, and he's now at USC. They paid, and this is according to a very reliable source, I promise you, said they paid him for 1 year's service, $3.5 million, and they bought his parents a $2 million home for him to go to USC. So before he decided to come to Alabama, he entertained that, and he wound up where? At Southern Cal.
Yeah, I think I would have gone too.
Well, it's about the money. There's no such thing as back in the day when I played, we're talking about loyalty. And, you're loyal to a program. Those days are long gone. And that's some of the, I guess, offshoot of the NIL, where it's headed and where it's been and where it's going to continue to go.
You didn't get $3.5 million at Jack State.
Somebody one time gave me a handshake for $10, I think.
Yeah. Cecil's cheeseburger.
Yeah, it's all and a malt.
And a malt.
And a malt.
Hey, First of all, what's the difference between a malt and a milkshake? I never knew that. I don't know.
Herb's a
Malts are thicker.
I think malt is thicker. Yeah.
Malt's thicker. That's all.
Herb's a restaurateur, so you can trust him on this.
Would you give Reggie Bush his Heisman back now? Because I mean, it was a rule violation back then. He still doesn't have his Heisman. It's vacated. I mean, it seems so insignificant now what he got illegally.
Well, all of that, anything that pertains to cheating, looks so insignificant right now because you can say what you want. It is sort of legal cheating because it's kind of going to the highest bidder. It's just changed the game tremendously, and that horse is out of the barn, and it's never going to come back. And the NCAA, in my opinion, they missed the call. They had a chance early on to try to put a control on some of this, and they didn't do it. And now, you know, the ship has left port, and it ain't coming back. So now they got to deal with it. But the NCAA has rendered, in my opinion, very powerless. We all know that. That's why Mark Emmert, because his last year coming up here, he's retiring. So where do you go from here? Who do you think the most powerful man in college football is today?
Greg
Sankey.
That's why you guys do what you do. He is going to drive this bus. Whichever direction it goes, it's going to be up to one Greg Sankey. And I think he's a brilliant guy. I think he'll make the right call. But somebody has got to find a way, in my opinion, just to slow this thing down a little bit and rethink where we're going. And I'm not saying, look, I'm for players getting paid. They work hard as many coaches do. But there's got to be some controls on it because right now it is what it is, and it's not going to change anytime soon.
You know, the amazing thing, the Jordan Addison 1 year left. Imagine if he tore his ACL. You know, if he's playing for the Jets, you've got him under contract. You've got him next year.
Yeah.
But it's not like you can take that money back.
No, you can't. In
fact,
I mean,
Brown's been working our NIL deals, and you know all the ins and outs.
Yeah, and I think, Herb, it varies state to state, but I think most states are this way. You cannot tie it to performance on the field. Like if we with the NIL deals we've done with, for instance, Henry To'oTo'o or Bo Nix last year, whoever.
Yeah, because we thought Bo was going to lose his job for a while.
But you know what? We still pay Bo the money, whether he lost his job or not.
Yeah.
Because you can't tie it to on-field performance.
No, you can't.
Not legally.
No, you can't. And, you know, it's just something's just got to change, and I'm talking about just to make it more plausible to everybody. Here's what I think. I think that, and some people say, well, this, you know, now you're talking about this is not capitalism. Well, it is, but if one player makes X amount of dollars, what's wrong with distributing it to a little bit for everybody on the team? What do you got, 85 players? But all that NIL money, you know, it's not just Bryce Young or Bo Nix. There's a lot of players on teams that are getting money. The guys that I feel like always get left out are the big offensive and defensive linemen. You know, you can be a Will Anderson and, you know, you can sign all the NIL deals you want. You can be a great quarterback. You can be a great running back, but nobody cares much about the offensive or defensive line. Can somebody not say, okay, if I sign this money, I did see where Tank Bigsby at Auburn gave everybody earphones.
Yeah. Tank did that. Bryce did that at Alabama.
Yeah.
Caleb Williams, I think, did it at USC.
Those are good gestures. That's moving in the. It's about being fair to everybody. Right. So maybe that day will come, but again, the one person that has the power to change all of this and the dynamics of it, I think, is Greg Sankey.
Show number 300, celebrating with Herb Winches, who's meant so much to all of us in our lives and in our career, in the studio with us today on the next round as you listen to us on all the audio platforms and watch us on all the video platforms. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. Fall season's coming, and our buddy C. Stu can cap those gutters for you.
Yeah, hey, look, the leaves are going to be falling. The one thing you don't want to do on the weekends, get on that dangerous roof. You slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Gutter Cap is a patented patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping that debris out. Eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty, and right now 45% off the retail price for the Next Round viewer and listener. Call my good friend Chris Stewart today, 205-823-2212, or online guttercapbirmingham.com.
So, Herb, 3 straight weeks now, we've lost Scott Frost at Nebraska, fired, Herm Edwards at Arizona State, Jeff Collins now at Georgia Tech, all in September. And now they're making more money than they used to make. You don't get as much time as you used to. But now we're firing in September. Do you think that gives them an advantage at all to fire early or wait until November to fire? Is there any advantage to firing here in September, you think?
Well, Jim, I think you're referencing, we're going to get to it right now in the situation at Auburn with Brian Harsin. Let's go back to last February. However that was trumped up, it was done, it got out, and there were a lot of rumors and innuendo. At that particular time, I don't know, I'm sure the powers to be, so to speak, and we know who some of those players are, and especially at Auburn, they're very visible, that they tied his hands behind his back when they did that. He was, after the investigation, he survived it, so here you go into his second season, but what have you got? A week before the season starts, why did they part ways with Allen Green? The week before. Because they've set him up for failure. And I don't blame Harsin if, in my opinion, I've been the last 2 games. I'm going Saturday night to the LSU game. I wouldn't blame him if he's, in my opinion, I think he's going through the motion, so to speak. Because if he gets fired, he's going to get $18 million.
Right.
That's a guarantee. So I blame Auburn for letting it get to this point. But then when do you cut your losses? I think that he's a dead man walking. Think about what's about to happen. LSU this week. Then they got to go between the hedges. Now they got to go to the Grove with Ole Miss. Then you got Mississippi. Then you got Texas A. Then you got Alabama to end. I'll ask you guys, because you're the experts, how can he survive it?
Oh.
Western
Kentucky's not even a given.
No, it's not. That's a decent team. I've always thought it was going to end one way or the other. Either he was going to be successful enough he leaves, or they're going to get their pound of flesh and fire the guy. But I would ask you mentioned going to Georgia, and I kind of referenced this earlier in the week. A lot of people think if they lose to LSU Saturday, he gets fired Sunday because the next loss is going to get him. But if you're going to give the interim job to an Auburn guy like Zach Etheridge, for instance, do you really want his first game to be at Georgia? I mean, do you fire Harsin and hand an interim, hey, by the way, you're the interim, your first game's at Georgia?
Well, here's the problem that Auburn's always had, and some people refer to as Auburn being Auburn. Do they have a plan? And you're right now you're hearing names like Deion Sanders, you're hearing Hugh Freeze, you're hearing Lane Kiffin. Auburn got somebody from Ole Miss once upon a time. His name was Tommy Tuberville, and he turned out to be a good move. But I just don't – why are they cutting losses so early with Herm Edwards and Scott Frost and now Jeff Collins on Monday? Board of directors met. He's gone. It's because we live in those times, because it's all about the money. And nobody wants to miss out on that. But the problem is, unless you've got a plan, what are you accomplishing?
Yep.
And that's what I'd want to know if I were able to talk to the powers to be at Auburn. What's your next plan? If it's not going to be Harsin, is it going to be somebody off of his staff, many of whom came from Boise State with him, or you just going to ride it out? What good's that going to do? And your recruiting's already been impacted. Do you know where Auburn ranks right now?
Not good.
In the nation for next year? 55th.
Yeah.
55th. That's an SEC school we're talking about. And right now, you can flip it around the way you want. They should have lost, the 26-yard field goal missed, and then the running back.
Have you ever seen an ending like that?
No, never.
I mean, that was crazy.
Never. And then to see some people on the sidelines celebrating like it was a big win kind of shocked me too. But having said all of that, it's a mess. It's a hot mess right now. And I just don't see how he's going to be able to survive the rest of the season. He's like a dead man walking. And look on your news feed. Every day I pick it up now, it's another rumor. A.J. McCarron yesterday said it's going to be Deion Sanders, and now they come back and refute that. It's just so much pressure on this man, and I hope he can coach himself out of it. But the teams that I've seen on the field, and I really thought Robbie Ashford might be the answer, and now I'm not so sure because he's flushed out of the pocket. He does something that'll get you hurt in the league, and he runs a lot. Yeah. And he's a good athlete. He's fast. He's good. Apparently TJ is not the answer, and, Calzada is not going to. It's just it's a weird situation, and it seems to happen to Auburn more often than not.
We've got another segment with Herb coming up after a quick break here as we're doing show number 300. At the top of the hour, Jacob Hester will join us to talk a little about LSU, a team that's coming to town to play Auburn this weekend. Part of our show today is being brought to you by, you want a new world we live in, Herb. Listen to this company. It's called Buzzed. B-U-Z-D. Okay. B-U-Z-D.
What do they do?
I can be sitting at the house watching the game, and all of a sudden I look into my refrigerator, I'm out of beer, or I'm out of bourbon, or I'm out of vodka, and all of a sudden I can pull up the Buzzed app, B-U-Z-D, and in 7 minutes they're at my door with another case of beer or another bottle of bourbon or another case of wine of my choice, all by an app right there.
That app right there, you hit it, Herb. I ordered a couple of bottles of wine and a bag of edibles the other night. They've got not only the alcohol, they've got cannabis, they've got tobacco.
Herb will tell you what edibles are after the show. I know you don't know.
I'm old, but I get it. Okay.
Inventory constantly they're adding there. It's the fastest, most affordable delivery service with pricing in line with your favorite package or convenience stores. Buzz combines the best service and delivery industries to create this unique to Alabama and first-of-a-kind service found on your app store. Again, it's Buzz, B-U-Z-D. That's B-U-Z-D. Use the code NEXTROUND, 15% off your first order. Again, they will deliver cannabis, alcohol, tobacco, anything you need from downtown Birmingham to 119, everything in between. Get Buzzed, B-U-Z-D.
And I'll tell you, Herb, you always said, how'd you always sign off when you signed off? What was it?
Have a great weekend, and remember what I always say, no matter what you do, hit them straight.
Hit them straight. I finally broke 80 the other day.
There you go.
After cussing you for years. If I could only hit them straight, Herb,
yeah.
Finally.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Back in a moment on the next round.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all three phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champy'schicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Back with you on the Next Round. Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 3 is up and ready for you. NextRoundLive.com. NextRoundLive.com. Go there and look for the big B-Dubs logo. Click on that and play online. Pick your favorite pod, the easiest pod you think it is to get 3 winners. Go 3-0, and you're in the championship round at the end of the year. 67 winners the first week, 40 in week 2, 69 in week 3. Last week, 50. I thought it was a tough week last week. 58 of you went unbeaten last week to get into the championship round. We'll see how you do this weekend. A great slate. We'll talk more football with Herb in just a second. Part of the show being brought to you, Developing News?
No.
Part of the show being brought to you by Way to Wellness.
Yep.
They helped me lose 45 pounds, but more importantly, they helped me get my blood pressure back in line, my cholesterol in line. They took 10 strokes off my handicap, all because I didn't have to swing around so much to get the ball straight and long. They can do that for you, too. Go to the website at planforme.com. Planforme.com. Leslie and her board-certified team will take care of you. It's not a cookie-cutter plan. They designed something specifically for every person. Best part, no contract, no sign-up fee, and the consultation is free. Planforme.com is the website. Way to Wellness, journey to healthy living. They call that's supposed to be 15 seconds, Herb. I go 40 seconds.
Herb's familiar with
They
that.
call me the Herb of the show.
Well, I was guilty of that, of course.
Yeah.
Remember my old Lavoie's
Oh,
call?
somebody wanted that. Somebody was asking, can you give us one?
What did
Do
Lavoie's
you
have?
remember any of Lavoie's?
Oh, yeah, because, I'd used this tagline, and it caught on, believe it or not. At the end of the commercial, when I would do the live, and I'd go about 1:40 to 2 minutes, and everybody used to – he was the producer at the time. He's screaming in my ear.
He hasn't changed.
No, he hasn't. He'll scream at you. But anyway, but I always try to give the client their money's worth. But at the end of it, I said, now, look, you go – Lavoie's, remember, they're on Green Springs Highway. I think it's a Smoothie King now. I don't ought to tell you how long ago that was. But Lavoie's was a great Italian restaurant in the day, owned by the Lavoie family, Frank and Tom Lavoie. But anyway, at the end, I would say, hey, when you go there, just tell them Herb sent you, and be sure and ask them about those 2 big old fat meatballs.
Oh, yes.
And it caught on.
Yes.
It caught on.
So we were laughing at the break. Caleb said in the chat room, wow, this guest is incredible, super knowledgeable, great insight, also love his voice. Get this guy on more.
This guy.
So we were laughing about that. We realize many of you listen to us from other parts of the country. You're not familiar with Birmingham. Some of you are really young. And Herb's been retired for a little bit. So I was going to quickly tell those of you that don't know, we would call Herb the godfather of Birmingham sports talk radio. WJOX, which is the station we all worked for before we did this, Herb launched that station. Came up with everything but the W, right?
But the W.
Yep, he came up with everything but the W. It was already there. It was WVOK. Herb came up with the great call letters, WJOX, changed it to that. And without Herb, there would be no WJOX, and without that, there'd be no us. So we hold this guy in great reverence, and he helped my career, and I know I speak for both of you guys, more than anybody in this industry. Herb helped my career.
Thank you.
From the Mud Puddle Trailer Park, the only person I ever met in Birmingham television that didn't big-time me as a middle schooler or a high schooler and actually told me I could do it if I wanted to was Herb Winches. Everybody, I won't name names, but you know who you are. Always big-time me and made it sound like, oh, there's no way you could do what I do. There's no way. From where you're from and dirt behind your ears, there's no way.
You know, I don't want to remember. I like living in the present, but I will address how Jocks came about. Is that, you know, it was WVOK.
Yep.
A lot of people in those days, and I'm serious, that rumor was out there that it stood for Voice of the Klan.
That's right, yeah.
And
wow.
Yeah.
I went to management and I said, look, now this is 1992. Sports radio was not invented, so to speak. It was just coming into its infancy. But they said, well, why do you want to change it? I said, well, you know, it's a great stick, 100,000 watts. I mean, we boomed it out up until about 6 o'clock.
That's right. Right after your show.
Yeah, it was gone.
Yeah.
But long story short, I told the owner, Alan Dick Broadcasting, I said, Alan, young guy who believed in it. And I said, look, this will work. I said, this is a sports crazed town. We can make it happen, but we got to change the call letters. And by the way, that cost $25,000.
Yeah.
But we did it, went to the FCC, got it done. And he said, well, what are we going to call it? I said, man, I got a cool name. I think it'll work. I said, guys, you know, love being jocks. So we came up with WJOX. And as they say in the business, the rest is history.
That's right. What a great name.
I'm so proud of what you guys have accomplished here on your 300th show. And I'm honored to be here because you made that step in that direction to do a podcast. A lot of people said, podcast, what's that? And then once you learn what it's all about and how you can download it at any time, you can watch it when you want to, you can see replays of interviews. I mean, it's a great concept, and it's working great for you guys. I couldn't be more proud of you three than anything else.
Well, you've always been so supportive. I remember I came to see you and Betty down at the beach in February of 21, and that's the first time I started to talk to you about what we had in mind.
Right.
And you were like, go for it.
Go for it.
100%.
Yep. Sure. You know, the landscape has changed and everywhere in everything, and especially in the field of broadcasting.
Yeah. I could sit here and I did not know that about VOK, and I knew you came up with Jocks, and you can just look around other places in the country. There are different sports stations that are now like WJOC or WJOK, and they play off of the Jocks name.
Sure.
So it's a great name there. So tonight the Dolphins, they play. They play the Bengals in the NFL, and it's on Prime Video. Now, you're a guy who, you know, goes back in the day. Now we've got NFL games that are streaming
only.
Yeah.
And I have Amazon Prime.
That's right.
To watch it.
And I got to watch it, and I'll watch it tonight. I have it. And, you know, I do a lot of streaming myself. I'm saying, you know, Netflix and everything. I mean, that just tells you how the world has changed.
That's right.
And it's changed for the better. But I enjoy, of course, I've always been an Al Michaels fan, but nobody will replace my hero, Keith Jackson.
Oh, yeah, the best.
Oh, Nelly, still the best in the game, in my opinion, especially college.
Do you remember having him on your show? I can't remember if it was Ben or Ray, but I remember I booked him as a guest. And
I was listening that day. I was listening that day.
He was just a special talent that loved college football, and he could do anything. I mean, he could broadcast anything.
Well, to show
He
you
was
how
that
big
talented.
you were in Birmingham, Q Jackson knew you. I mean, it wasn't like he was just coming on some show.
Listen,
he talked to you like you were best friends.
I had a very nice relationship with him. And, of course, you know, in my young days, again, I hate to reminisce, but what helped my career was one Paul Bear Bryant. Coach Bryant and I had a very nice relationship, and he behind the scenes wrote some letters on my behalf, and it allowed me to then step into more television and do that. And then, of course, that evolved into radio and TV. But enough of that.
Did you ever have a drink with Bear Bryant?
I did.
He liked to have a good time, right?
Listen, he was he was just such a lot of people felt he could be gruff, but he was also, as he said one time, he said, "I'm fair and I care." And he was that kind of a man. Here I am, I'm out of Jacksonville State maybe 2 or 3 years. I'm 26, 27 years old, and I'm standing there interviewing the Bear Bryant. And then, of course, one of the things that always I will cherish is I tried to do it with dignity and integrity. I broadcast, this was in '82 when he passed away. I did his broadcast along with the late Tom York, and we broadcasted all over the state his funeral.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway,
watching that day
he
too.
meant a lot to me, and he helped my career. You know,
Well,
and
Martha
that's why
Wall was my English teacher in ninth grade, and she just loved Bear Bryant. So I went and told her in class that he had passed. And then when the funeral happened, we watched it together. Went up in the classroom and we watched it together.
You know, that was before satellite. To pull that off around the state, it was a miracle. But we got it done.
Yeah. Top of the hour, Jacob Hester coming up on the other side. We get back talking about the games this weekend, week 5 of college football. The show being brought to you in part today by our buddy Dr. B. I mean, LT, you look at this hair right here.
How beautiful is Lance?
It looks great.
He was balding just a few weeks ago.
Herb knew me when I had a bushel of hair, and unfortunately, for most, when we get old, things start to fall out, things start to fall apart. When it started to happen to me, I asked around. Everyone said Dr. Beckenstein is the guy you need to see. I set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They perform genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It is cutting edge. Dr. B, the only one in Alabama that offers it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics. He can formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is a game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. Beckenstein had that virtual meeting, went over my options, chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which will help increase thickness and health of my hair. Meeting today at 3 o'clock with Dr. B downtown, and we're going to go through it. We're going to see where I stand right now. Call Dr. B today for your appointment, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, and tell him the next round sent you.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This hour of the Next Round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor to tell you about my friends at Wayne. Summer is ending, which means fall is here. Fall means football, but don't forget about that yard. My yard is looking fantastic thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Summer ending and lawns soon be heading into dormancy. Yards of the month are made in the fall during proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free, lush lawn next summer. Call 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. First month free on the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here, and make sure to join Jerry Young and myself every Thursday afternoon at 1 p.m. for Next Round Preps. It's an in-depth look at all the various big high school football games going on across the state. We'll recap the week before and we'll preview the week ahead. Plus, we'll talk bracketology, recruiting, and other big headlines across all high school sports. That's every Thursday during football season at 1 p.m. on YouTube, nextroundlive.com, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services, for all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at crockermovingservices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible. And they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, crockermovingservices.com.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or callwaynes.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
About to talk to former LSU and NFL great Jacob Hester. You hear him on Sirius XM now every day. We'll talk to him about LSU and the rest of the SEC. Some news in our Nichols Outfitters headlines. JoJo Earl, day-to-day from Nick Saban. Alabama needing a little receiver help maybe as they go and play Arkansas. Tough game in Fayetteville this weekend. TJ Finley out, according to reports, for Auburn again this week as they host LSU. It'll be interesting to see if it's a big deal or not when we talk to Jacob. But according to reports, Garrett Dellinger, guard for LSU, with a broken hand, is likely out for the Auburn game as well. That could impact LSU as they come to Jordan-Hare.
And we'll ask Hester about that in 2 seconds. But first, a reminder, as Jim said, the headline's brought to you by Nichols Outfitters. They've got that brand new fishing department, all the brands you love: Ducket Fishing, 13 Fishing, Rapala Lures, True Bass, Shimano, Daiwa Fishing, 6 Sense Fishing. Find them all at the still new Nichols Outfitters Fishing Department, exit 242 in Pelham, or online, nicholsoutfitters.com. You hear him on Sirius XM. You hear him on Off the Bench, OTB, down in Baton Rouge with our buddy T-Bob. He is Jacob Hester, the LSU great, and he's with us now with the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Jacob? How are you?
Going on? Hopefully, young me there. He had a Zoom of this. I think right. I also so I like fix that, actually on a national tip, try to figure out ways. Excited back on the show.
Yeah, it's actually a little rough. Why don't we hit you on the cell phone? Is that okay?
Yeah, we'll call you back on the cell phone there. Yeah, we're a little feedback there.
Yeah, looks good, sounds weird.
Yeah. Okay,
All right.
so we're going to call him right back.
We're going to call him right
quick.
back on the cell phone.
Show number 300. That's the second time we've had problems with the Zoom. The other time, LT was speaking like he was witness protection at the Floribama.
Yeah, that was
fantastic.
Floribama.
Yeah.
We got it worked out, though.
Got it worked out very quickly. You can work out the pick 3 right now, brought to you by our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings. You get that right now at nextroundlive.com. Nextroundlive.com. That's open through the kick on Saturday games only. So you can go play those games right now at nextroundlive.com. While we reconnect with Hester, we also tell you that part of our show today, LT, being brought to you by our friends at Odie's, and you last night had a great night at trivia.
Okay, so what came first, Airhead the candy or Adele the singer?
Adele, she numbers her albums by her age, so I think she just did 30. Airheads, we had that when I was announcing games in Little League. I'm going to say Airheads.
I think Jim's right on this. Yeah.
Airheads 1985, Adele 1988. If you were out at Odie's last night, you got to see our first edition of LT Raps. Rocky, what do you think?
It's good. It's really good. We got after it.
Now your Lunsford back there laughing.
Apparently not good.
Cube was in the house.
Yeah, I did a little Ice Cube. Look, a Birmingham institution, Odie's Tavern. Look, you can enjoy that outdoor patio, this incredible fall weather. Sit out there. Burgers, award-winning wings, delicious sandwiches, including my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Get in, see Will Haver and that great staff today. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
All right, Jacob Hester with us on the phones now. JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You look great, though, Jacob. You look great, man. How are you?
See, this is what happens whenever you tell a meathead to do something with a computer. We just can't figure it out. Like, that's why, like, in football, it's like, hey, you got this guy. Go block him. Go through the A-gap and do it. So I apologize. It was probably on my end. Y'all have got a great setup there. I could see y'all. Y'all sounded great, but, of course, the meathead messed it up. But I'm glad to be back on the show.
It's quite all right, man. We're glad to have you back.
Hey, I'll tell you, man, this when Brian Kelly took the job, Jacob, we all said this is a guy that's an elite coach that probably doesn't get his due. I mean, to be able to get Notre Dame to multiple college football playoffs, to have them play for a national championship, pretty incredible. And now he's got these resources at LSU, and you can just see in this first month that they're getting better each and every game. And let's just start with the defense. I mean, over the last 90 minutes, they've only given up 3 points.
Yeah, they've been fantastic. In the first game against Florida State, like that first half, really the first 3 quarters, you're like, okay, well, I actually thought some of these problems would go away. I don't think we put into account just how much new LSU was going to have. I mean, you got 16 guys in the portal and all of that. You got a new quarterback. You got new coaches all over the place. But really, since that point, even in that fourth quarter in their loss against Florida State, they've looked like the team that we thought they could be with some of the guys that they brought in. And, look, you're not going to learn a lot from New Mexico and Southern, but it's really that Mississippi State game that showed a lot. Now, defensively, like, you gave up 2 first downs and less than 100 yards against Mexico. Like, that's impressive against anybody. But what they did against Will Rogers and Mississippi State, right? I mean, he's only been sacked 8 times this entire year. 4 of them are in the LSU game. They held him to his lowest totals by far. He leads the country in touchdown passes, but LSU did a really nice job against him. Matt House really confused Mike Leach, which is very difficult to do, and they're doing a really nice job of using their personnel in different places. Like, I'll give you an example. Against Mississippi State, Harold Perkins, who's an outstanding freshman linebacker, well, he was playing like a stack linebacker. He was doing a lot of stuff in the A-gaps, and he was really wreaking havoc there as a pass rusher. Well, in this game against New Mexico, well, he was actually playing kind of a nickel Sam. Like, he was out there in space covering guys. And so what something like that can do for you, okay, if you have a linebacker that's giving you fits in the pass rush game, okay, well, the offensive line is going to say, you know what, forget it. Number 40 is always down. He's in our count. We're not leaving him on a running back. But then you come into the next game, and number 40 is not in the A-gap. He's actually out there as a nickel Sam in the slot. And if you're going to go in with a game plan to say, okay, that guy's always down, well, now you're wasting an offensive lineman and you're putting your back in that same trouble because your count's going to be messed up. And that's on the defensive coordinator, knowing that he's got the unique ability to have a player play multiple positions like that. Like Jay Ward goes from safety to nickel in the Mississippi State game because in a game like that, you need some of your best players at nickel. This week against Auburn, he might go back to a safety position. So they've really realized they have some versatility on the defense, and Matt House has found a way to put guys in different positions. That way, when you game plan all week for something, he's giving you a different look.
Close to 200 yards a game rushing. Do you feel like this running game is getting back to LSU standards?
Well, it just looks different, but it doesn't really matter how you get the yards as long as you get them. So with me and T-Bob all week, people are like, yeah, you have 200 rushing yards per game, but it's with the quarterback, and you broke a couple of long runs. And I hate that. As a running back, I always want to be like, well, do you want me to only run in 7-yard intervals? Is that the only way that we can get this done? Is it okay if I break a 48-yarder, a 52-yarder, a 65? Like, that's allowed in football, but everybody's like, oh, you take those 3 runs away. Well, you can't do that in football. Those runs, they actually count. And if you're a running back like LSU has, Noah Kane or Marnie Goodwin, they're big backs, right? They're 220 pounds. So what do? They start to lean on you. You get tired of hitting guys like that, and that's why those big runs start to come late in games. And look, if Jaden Daniels is going to do it from the quarterback position, that's okay too. That's part of his skill set. That's what he can do for you. In fact, going back to the Mississippi State game, Jaden Daniels in the 2-minute drive before halftime where you're down 13-0, he does it with his legs. You get a score before halftime, you make that game 13-7, and that's a completely different ball game. So I don't really care how the rushing yards come as long as you look at a stat and it says 198 point yards per game. That's all that matters. That's the only thing really that matters. And so, look, Jaden Daniels is going to continue to pick up yards with his legs. It's just part of who he is, and you want him to continue to grow as a passer. But I think those are real rushing yard totals because it's guys on your team. It might look different. It might be a different way than you're typically used to, but still, you have to run the football, and they're finding a way to do it.
Jacob Hester is with us, the LSU great. You can follow him on Twitter at Jacob Hester18, at Jacob Hester18. Hear him on Off the Bench with our buddy T-Bob, and also Sirius XM Radio. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. LSU, though, now has to do, Jacob, something they haven't had to do all year. That's pick it up and go on the road. You've played the game. I've always thought as a fan just watching, you never know what kind of road team you got till you get there. And I don't know how you build a team to play on the road in the SEC. What are your thoughts about LSU now having to play a true road game?
Yeah, I mean, it's a completely fair question to ask, and I know they're favorites going into this game, but playing a road game in the SEC, it's just different, and it doesn't matter where the team's at or where you maybe think the other team's at. Like, Jordan-Hare is one of the great venues in college football. Like, it's going to be an environment that you have to deal with, and so you play a first game in New Orleans, but we all know, like, look, it's right down the road. It's an hour down the road, so that's not a true road game. So this is the first time that you're going to take the show on the road, and so there's things that you have to deal with. It's going to be an environment that, Jaden Daniels didn't see out in the Pac-12. And so I fully expect it to be an environment that's going to be at its peak. I realize the situation at Auburn surrounding the program. I realize that everybody wants something to happen, but still, like, those fans show up, and it is one of the more difficult places to play. I know I never won there. I was 0-2 in that building, and so I expect it's going to be loud. It's going to be something that LSU has to find a way to deal with. So when you start talking about crowd noise and checking and how do you get to your audibles and all those type of things, it can be important because LSU is a team that does give their quarterback freedom to kind of make some moves. They didn't early in the Florida State game. In the second half of that game, they allowed Jaden to do some things with the protection. Y'all mentioned it there in the news. You're going to be breaking in a new offensive lineman as far as you're going to be missing Garrett Dellinger. He had a hand injury, so he's not going to be in this contest. Now, you're going to be playing a player probably in Miles Frazier who played at Florida International last year. I can guarantee you this is going to be a different environment for him as well. So it's certainly something LSU has to show that they can deal with.
Well, Jaden Daniels, such a highly recruited kid out of California, and that first year under Herm Edwards at Arizona State, I thought he was fantastic. And then it seemed like things tailed off the next couple of years. I know 2020, a little weird with COVID and everything. I didn't know what to expect. I would assume that LSU fans are more than pleased, not only with his mobility, the fact that he's playing clean football and not turning the football over.
Yeah, and so at the beginning of it, it's like, oh, man, is he going through his progressions? All he's doing is tucking the ball and running. But when you actually do a deep dive, and we did this with the Mississippi State game, all right, you look at the coverage, you look at the route concept. Actually, he's done a really nice job. Now, has he been perfect as far as when he's actually decided to run? No, but it's been at a very efficient clip. I mean, I would put in the 80-85% as when he's made the right decision to tuck the ball and run. So I think LSU fans are realizing that he can give you something different. And he's taking care of the football, as you mentioned. Like, he hasn't thrown it to the other team. He's doing a really nice job as well of not taking massive hits in the running game because as much as he runs, like, he's not a big guy. I mean, he's 6'3", maybe 195 pounds, right? So you don't want him taking big hits as well. So he's done a nice job of knowing when to get down, but I think he's been highly efficient. I mean, he's thrown for 835 yards as well, so it's not like he's only been a runner. And you can see him in games like against Southern, against New Mexico, games where you have way more talent than your opponent. He's actually done a nice job of saying, okay, I need to work on staying in the pocket when I can, delivering the ball down the field. And I think he's done a really nice job of continuing to grow each and every game within each and every quarter of the game. And so it's, like I said, it's a little bit different. It's not something that LSU's really been used to in a very long time, but he is efficient, and he's actually doing a really nice job, I think, of trying to grow and learn within every single game as being a pocket passer and deciding when he needs to run.
Jacob does a national show in the afternoon, so it'd be insulting to have such a brilliant football mind on and only talk LSU with him.
Don't insult him.
So we'll talk about America's team, Alabama, as they travel on the road to Arkansas. Do you think on Monday, Jacob, we're still saying it's Georgia, Alabama, and everybody else, or do you think Arkansas has a chance to knock the Tide off this weekend?
Well, I'm still going to pick Alabama to win this football game, but let's make no mistake about it. Arkansas is a good football team. I mean, they truly are. They had every opportunity to win that game against A&M last week. I mean, we all know the plays. KJ Jefferson tries to jump from the 4-yard line. The ball gets on the ground. A&M finds a way to get it into the end zone. You have a field goal there that hits off the post to win the game. And so Arkansas is a very capable team. They truly are. And the thing I'm looking at for this game, we all know Bryce Young has had 5 true road tests in his career. 4 of those games have been decided by 3 points or less. And so that is definitely a stat that I think you can look into. We know Fayetteville, Arkansas is going to be rocking. They love games like this. They waited a long time for games like this. And so for me, if I'm an Alabama fan, I want to see someone step up in the receiver room. They have to. Like, they truly have to step up. I don't care what the injury list looks like. I don't care where you were in high school, where you were somewhere else before you transferred in. You have the quarterback to do it. You need to step up and raise your level of play to match your quarterback's play, because that's the one thing that I think a lot of Alabama fans are waiting on. They need a receiver to step up, because in the last couple of years they have had that. Maybe even somebody you weren't expecting to do so, right? They've had that receiver step up, be it a high school kid or somebody you got out of the transfer portal. So with Arkansas's pass defense being so bad, I mean, before last week and A&M and their passing offense, that's another story, right? So the stats are a little different because last week was able to help you out. But before that, I mean, you were one of the worst teams in the country. So you have to take advantage of things like that. It's going to be difficult to run the football against Arkansas. Their front seven is a really good front seven, but on the back end, they have communication issues all over the place. Alabama needs in this game one of the receivers to step up. I think that's the key to the game.
He is Jacob Hester. You remember him from his LSU and NFL days. You can also hear Jacob on Off the Bench with our buddy T-Bob down there in Louisiana. And as Jim said, Sirius XM radio in the afternoons quite often. And on Twitter at Jacob Hester 18. Jacob, thank you so much for the time, man. We greatly appreciate it.
Hey, I'm going to go back to the homework. I'm going to figure out this Zoom link, and this meathead's going to be ready next time.
Next time, we'll do it on video. Thank you, Jacob.
Thank you, guys.
All right, buddy. Take care. Hester with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
All right, Herb's hanging around with us. When we come back on the other side, we're going to do Rockstar's 4 Downs, and we're going to give Herb the questions that we've already been sent so he can be thinking of some answers coming up, because Rockstar gets a little out there with some of his questions. So we've got that coming up on the other side. One or two college football notes, and we bring Herb back in here too as we get ready for this big weekend coming up. You remember Jeff Brom as a high school player in Louisville.
Sure.
And then, he played at Louisville, I believe, right? He was a Louisville quarterback.
He did. All the Broms, very famous family there, because the father, Oscar Brom, was a heck of a football player at Flagey High School. As you know, my hometown, Louisville, is a big Catholic town.
Right.
And that was a all-boys Catholic high school, like the one I went to was St. Francis of de Sales. And Flagey in those days was the Mac Daddy, along with St. X and Trinity, which they are still very powerful programs to this very day. But the Brom family, very legendary in the city of Louisville.
So it's not going exactly, he's doing a good job at Purdue, but he's not really wowing them.
No.
But Scott Satterfield, on the other hand, on the hot seat at Louisville this year, could you see them getting rid of Satterfield if they could get Jeff Brom to come home? Do you think Jeff would leave Purdue to finally turn it down once? Do you think he would come home to Louisville this time?
I don't think Satterfield's done just yet.
Okay.
You know, he's rebounded pretty good the last couple of games now. He's turned it around. Early on, it didn't look good. He's in his, fourth year? Is that correct? Or fifth?
Third or fourth?
Third or fourth.
Third or fourth. But anyway, he's been there long enough. His
three.
recruiting classes are showing up now. But I would say I think his hot seat got a little cooler. And I think he'll probably survive this season. Beyond that, I love that quarterback, Malik Cunningham. He's got those Lamar Jackson moves. I don't know how this guy recruits these kind of quarterbacks, but that kid is some kind of – he reminds me of another Lamar Jackson who, of course, had a great career at Louisville.
Yeah, Heisman Trophy winner. Last Heisman Trophy winner, by the way, to not be on a team that was in the playoffs.
It was Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah,
that sounds right.
Other than that, you got to be in the playoffs to win the Heisman these days. We'll see if Brom comes home. Could you name the offensive coordinator at Louisville right now?
I could not.
It's Lance Taylor.
Oh, that's right. I knew I would have gotten that wrong, but I didn't know it actually. He was
a kid that played for Bama.
Yeah, he was at Notre Dame. He was at Notre Dame under Brian Kelly.
Right.
Yeah.
So when he got that
your namesake.
Yep. Yeah. Coached at Carolina for the Panthers as well.
Yeah.
When we had just started this, and all of a sudden there was a headline that was like, Lance Taylor named OC at Louisville, and Brandon and I looked at each other like, God, is he bailing on us already to be the OC at Louisville?
So reasonable, yes.
Yeah. All right. Herb's going to do 4 downs with us coming up on the other side as we get ready for week 5 of college football. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg Nelson, just a wonderful guy. If you've ever got roof damage in the area, Greg's the guy to call. And he's a family guy, locally owned, right? 20 years, Storm Restoration Roofing has been locally owned. He and his wife own the company, so it starts right there. When you're the owner, you can do things that big companies can't do. They got to call and check with people, red tape. Greg gets on the roof, takes care of your roof, plugs that hole, covers it up, and you're good to go, and he does it at a really great price. He's got 10 kids, so he's a family guy, right? He knows as you raise your family that there's some expenses out there that you don't account for, like maybe a roofing problem. He'll give you a free, no-cost inspection. Absolutely free, no obligation, no-cost inspection. 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. Or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing. Herb, this is another 15-second one here.
Yeah.
A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. Best warranties in the business, and insurance companies trust this guy as well. Greg Nelson, Storm Restoration Roofing, the best 15 seconds you'll ever spend right there.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Guys, let's talk about the new season. Dove season is here, and the team at Nichols Outfitters is ready to get you ready for the hunt. 12, 20, and 28 gauge shotgun shells are in stock, and all the brands that you trust. Demand is at an all-time high, so we encourage you to drop by soon to stock up for the season. And of course, while you're there, check out our amazing selection of the finest shotguns in one of Alabama's largest showrooms. The staff is excited to be back out on the hunt, so drop by soon. Nichols Outfitters off exit 242 in Pelham or online at nicholsoutfitters.com.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
You know that sound anywhere. It's the crisp crunch of that first nacho chip. With its perfect cheese to sour cream ratio sitting atop a layer of delicious beans, it's a sip away from perfection. That's what we're looking for. Add a delicious, refreshing Pepsi and we've achieved absolute nacho nirvana. Because while you can pile those nachos high with every spicy, cheesy, savory topping, there's no topping a cool Pepsi finish. Nachos, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Back with you on the Next Round, hour number 2, as we sit here getting ready to do 4 downs with our special guest Herb Winches, who's in studio with us, early part of the show here, as we celebrate show number 300, live show number 300. But don't forget, tonight is Bud Light game night. We're going to be down at the Steel Gastro Pub from 5 to 7 with our bonus show today, an Ask Us Anything show about anything going on in football or in life. We'll be 5 to 6 on our video platforms. You can watch us video platforms only today, and then we'll be having some cocktails afterwards, getting ready for football tonight. NFL game 7:15 on Prime Video, Dolphins and Bengals. SEC Network at 6, South Carolina State, South Carolina. The game moved for the Hurricane. And 7 o'clock on ESPN, Utah State and BYU. So a little football on a Thursday night, and we're doing Bud Light game night tonight down at the Steel Gastro Pub. That's in the Lakeview District. Throw it in your GPS and come hang out with us for a couple hours. Some great prizes from our friends at Bud Light, and also some Bud Light drink specials, and we'll have a good time with that. Rockstar, you ready to give us 4 downs, man? I mean, you nervous? Have you ever done anything on air with Herb Winches?
He's nervous because of her.
Long time ago, we did some stuff.
Herb, you've known Rockstar for a long time.
Are you kidding? I know his father even better.
Yeah, he's little Steve Henner.
Well, let's do it. 4 downs. Brought to you by Vulcan Tires every day. 4 different topics with Rockstar. And Vulcan Tires will take care of anything, including those tires.
Yeah, 4 locations for Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Soon to be a 5th location in Pell City. Get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. Stop into one of those locations or online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
How can you ruin a superhero's name by changing one letter?
Okay, I've got a couple. We could take Nick Fury and we could make him Dick Furry.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
I said ruin, not enhance.
Good line, Rockstar. Good line. Yeah.
And I've got Wasp. The girl, we just take the S out and she's WAP.
Got a song about her, right?
Yeah, they do have a song about her.
I sat next to a superhero Rockstar. If you take the A and replace it with an E, he's Batman. Instead of Batman, Batman.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Batman.
I thought you were going to take Lentz. I was like, what is he going to do?
Yeah,
with
I
Lentz?
forgot what Lentz Taylor was going to be.
He could be Ratman, too.
Yeah.
Or
put an F there and he's Fat Man.
Or me, when things go bad, I'm the Incredible Sulk. Instead of Hulk,
There you go.
where
so
I just
true.
sit here and I mope and I'm sad. I'm the Incredible Sulk.
He just turns blue.
Yes. But you hide it well, Jim.
I don't know.
Yes, I know. If you take the I from Spider-Man and make it a U, he's Sputterman, right?
Those potatoes at you?
Yeah, either that or he's very slow in getting there. His car sputters a lot.
What about the flasher?
Or he'll fill in for you on News Talk Radio anytime you need him. Sputterman.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Spud.
Oh, Spud, yes.
Yeah.
You got one, Herbie?
No, because that's above my pay grade because I don't follow all those
Oh, I know.
Yeah, we don't.
characters.
I did see one online, Rockstar, was replace the O with an A in Wonder Woman, and she becomes Wander Woman, where she just wanders around from one man to the next.
Oh, wow.
She's
Wonder
just
Woman.
like a guy, just won't ask for directions, right?
Second down.
What is your main secret ingredient when you cook?
Oh, Herb's a restaurateur.
Yeah,
He's-
down at the landing, man, where
Yeah.
all the food
He's
is
got a
good.
good one, too.
I've got a good one. I've got a 5-star chef.
That's your secret ingredient?
That's my secret. And I'm not exaggerating. A 5-star
Oh,
chef.
the food is so good there.
Tell everybody
That's why
about
there's a line that and nobody complains about the line because the food's so good.
Lake
Yeah.
Martin, you guys Memorial Day to Labor Day? Is that about right? Or do you open before
Yeah.
Memorial Day?
No. April.
April? So
I've
April to
already
Labor Day.
set next year's date. We open on Thursday, April 13th, and then we go through Labor Day.
Okay.
Through Labor Day.
Mm-hmm.
The best thing to do when you're in the line at the landing is get your wife to go get you a couple of bushwhackers, and you drink those while you're in the line waiting to order your food.
It works so well.
It's the way to go. And this is not going to shock you guys. I get a text from my friend Ben's wife, Gina. They're down at the landing. They go every time they're at the lake. And they have a daughter who's at Auburn, and she brought 2 of her sorority girls. And I forget the name of the sign that they wanted.
Pink Whitley.
Pink Whitley, which is a what?
Whitney or it's a
Pink Whitney. It's one of Barstool's drinks.
It's one of those.
It's vodka and like pink lemonade.
So they've got this cool sign.
The
and
seltzers.
One of the sorority girls' name is Whitney, right? So they want the sign. And Gina's texting me, we just dropped your name to Herb, and Herb's going to be so nice. He's going to pull the sign down that's mounted above the bar. And I said, it has nothing to do with the fact that it's Jim Dunaway. I said, it's 3 attractive Auburn co-eds who are asking for it. The man can't say no. He's a salesman.
Well, no, not really. When she mentioned your name and said,
Oh.
look, one of my all-time favorite people, JD, I got it. I pulled it up because we were closing. That was our last weekend.
Right.
Closing on that following Monday after Labor Day. And I said, here, I'll get another one next year. Don't worry about it.
The landing at Parker Creek Marina, which is down on Lake Martin. That's Herb's location there. You'll find him there all summer long.
such
Go
a
spend
good
a
thing.
ton of money there.
For me, I don't cook a lot, but olive oil I put on a lot of different things, and paprika. I love paprika.
I use the coarse sea salt, the big pellets, so
Yeah.
that it melts into your steak as the heat goes up, or into your salmon.
When I do spaghetti, I put black olives in my spaghetti sauce.
I don't like black
Oh, I
olives.
like black olives.
I do too. Love them.
Put them in my spaghetti sauce.
Love 'em.
It gives just that little salty texture in there, Herbie. Oh,
Yeah.
so good. So good.
Third down.
What TV show has the worst last season?
Herb?
Ozark, which I love, but I didn't quite like the ending. I didn't want to see it end because I fell in love with Ruthie.
Oh,
She's my kind of girl. She's just a badass.
She really is. She
Oh,
pulls
man.
no punches.
She had no filter.
We did a Mystery Fifth Hour where we talked about this. I have a theory on Ruthie that I will share with you off the air. We don't want to ruin it for people stream at different times. I don't want to ruin it for anybody if they haven't watched it yet.
Game of Thrones easy for me. I thought it was a top 5 show, maybe one of the best shows of all time, and they completely ran it into the mountain.
Yeah, I agree with that. And a show that I love, Mad Men, you're just experiencing it's a rough last year.
Is it? Well, I'm 2 episodes in, and these first 2 have been snoozers. In fact, I fell asleep during the second
Herb,
one.
did you ever watch Mad Men?
I've seen a little bit of it.
I think you'd love it if you really
Isn't that John Hamm?
Yeah. It's really good.
Yeah, I like him.
I mean, because you were in the business, and that was, back when things were a lot different.
Well, now look, that
You
was
weren't
still,
in then.
That's a little
I
bit.
know that.
I think
No,
that
no.
was set in the 50s. Now,
60s.
60s,
whatever.
But you were in the ad business, is what Lance said.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
No, I think you would. You
I
would
was
love
in
it.
agency business.
You would love it because I've only watched it off and on back when it was on originally, and I didn't really love it. And if you're not watching from the beginning to the end, you get lost. And I went back to watch it and just loved it.
The thing I remember watching it some is everybody was smoking.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you didn't have a cigarette in your hand, you couldn't be on the show.
No, and they drank nonstop. Like the episode I watched the other night, John Hamm, he pours a couple of bourbons, and then he goes, because he just fired this guy, he goes to the next office and he pours the vodka. I mean, they're drinking nonstop.
And now, if you see John Hamm, he's chasing around the progressive girl.
He is.
Yes. Flo, can I ask something? What's that all about?
I think he can do a little bit better than Flo, don't you?
Big time.
Look, I just Googled it. AMC counted 942 cigarettes spread out over almost every character: Don, Roger, Joan, Peggy, Betty, and yes, even young Sally. A little less open sometimes was the smoking of 18 joints in the history of the show. 942 cigarettes, 18
I'd have
joints
bet more.
lit on the show.
Yep.
I would have thought more, too.
Fourth down.
You have a distant relative who just died, and somehow you inherited a real, functioning lightsaber. What do you do with it?
I start a tree business because I can't explain how much it is to cut down a tree. I don't know if you guys have had that done.
I have, yeah.
It's like $600.
Are you kidding?
And it would be called Obi-Wan tree at a time.
Obi-Wan
Cool
tree
name.
at a time.
I like it.
I would give mine to Lunsford.
Give.
Yeah, I would. I'd give it to Lunsford so that he likes me more than he does on the back row. Yeah, he's a big Star Wars guy. I'd give him the lightsaber and
I wonder what you could fetch
buy
for
his
a real
friendship.
lifesaver.
Lightsaber.
Lightsaber, whatever the hell it is.
Winter
I like
green's the best.
lifesavers
Did you
too.
hear Lunsford laughing at
Yeah,
you?
the lightsaber though. What would that fetch at?
I
an auction?
mean, just the fake ones you can buy just for like hanging in your room still can cost over $1,000. So I mean, just imagine what a real one. There's a real one at Disney they have right now that they only let you kind of look at, not touch, because it could slice you open. But I mean, it's so rare.
How does that even work though?
The magic of Disney.
Well, based on what Lunsford just said, Rockstar, I'd sell mine right away.
Yeah, that's what I think a lot of people do. They'd sell
exactly.
it. There's somebody that would pay big bucks for that. And that is 3 and out.
That is brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire
school.
and
We just go for it
Automotive. 4 locations, soon to be that 5th in Pell City. Get a look at anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family. For more information, Vulcan Tire and Auto.com.
Herb, did you ever think there was any in the history of your time as sportscasting? Did you ever think there were any manipulations of the numbers in a football game? As in the gambling side of it all, do you ever think?
Like a fix during the game?
Well, sure. I mean, that's been proven with, officials.
Right.
What was the guy that went to prison? Tim
Donahue.
Yeah, with the NBA. Yep.
I mean, sure.
Toledo
you would
football
be
players.
foolish to think that doesn't happen. It does. I think now all of that's been cleaned up. The fact that it's all legal now has made it, I think, to where you can really keep an eye on the ball.
Right.
That you want to make sure it's straight up. Just like earlier this week, I saw the line come out, Auburn 1. I turned around the next day, and it was LSU 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's up to
I'm
9.
going, who figured that out quickly?
Yeah.
And apparently they saw where maybe Finley wasn't going to play again. They know. Listen, Vegas, they know what they're doing. They know injuries before any of us find out. I don't know how they do it, but they do it, and they're so good with their lines. Very seldom do you see an absolute blowout.
Yep.
Very seldom. And that tells you how great they are.
Yeah, really good. But I bring this up, LT, real quickly, because with replay and everything, it's hard for an official to impact the game to where it changes the outcome. But ACC linesman Matthew Fitzgerald made such a bad call in the Cal-Notre Dame game that Notre Dame won a close one. It actually impacted the outcome of the game, that he was suspended for this last weekend. his crew worked the Georgia Tech UCF game. He wasn't part of that crew. He ended up working the Notre Dame North Carolina game.
Wow! So they sent him right back to the scene of the crime.
The ACC suspended him, but yet he was right there at the Notre Dame North Carolina game working that game. So he gets suspended for a questionable call that helped Notre Dame beat Cal. His crew goes and does Georgia Tech UCF. He's on the Notre Dame North Carolina crew. Who wins the game? Notre Dame wins the game. This guy, with him officiating, Notre Dame's 2-0. Marcus Freeman is unbeaten with this guy officiating.
You know, when you bring that up, the instant replay that we're seeing now, and so many questions about whether it's a spot or a touchdown, we get so many reviews now, and the officials are under so much heat to be able to get the calls right. The thing that you can tell that it's doing, and I see where the NCAA is looking at this, that it's made the games longer. You know, you try to get out of there about 250 to 3 hours and be gone. Let's go to the next game. Now they're bleeding over into the next game because there's so many reviews. Same way with the NFL. But again, listen, I want to see them get it right. I just wish they could move it along a little quicker and speed that up. But having that kind of technology and using it is so important to the honesty of the game. So I bear with it, but sometimes it gets a little bit long.
It seems like they can do it a lot faster. We'll keep our conversation going with her, but to the top of the hour, Stan White joins us in at 11 o'clock. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Backyard Adventure. You know, Herb's a father. I'm a father. Our kids are older now. They're out of the house. These two guys have a senior, and one is a freshman in college, but still younger ones that are still in the house. I mean, your time with your kids are precious, and before you know it, they're out, they're adults, and they got their own families. That's why you need our friends at Backyard Adventure, so your backyard becomes a great place to spend time with your kids when they're at that special age, and they can help you. BackyardAlabama.com, BackyardAlabama.com. Call them up, 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386. 100% cedar, real good quality. They'll design the playground for you. They'll put it together for you in the backyard. They'll do landscaping. They'll do maintenance and everything. Check them out. It's BackyardAlabama.com. Back in a moment on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey there, folks. Welcome back to another college football season. And welcome back to another season of Fansville by Dr. Pepper. That little slice of heaven. Every man, woman, and student section drinks Dr. Pepper like their life depends on it. It does. Where the air is filled with the scent of charcoal grills and the streets are marked with yard lines. Practical. Where the current trending baby names are Blitz, Spike, and 2-point conversion. Adorable. And recruitment starts before you're born. It's a linebacker. Where NFT stands for Not Fun Tailgate, and DIY stands for Dr. Pepper is Yummy. It is. It's the place off-season fever dreams are made of, where the right to life, liberty, and barbecue is written in the town's constitution. Saucy. And the current forecast is sunny, with a 90% chance of the skies opening up and raining down delicious droplets of Dr. Pepper. Grab a bucket. Get ready for anything to happen this college football season on Fansville by Dr. Pepper. The one fans deserve. Grab some today.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to BackyardAlabama.com. That's BackyardAlabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to BackyardAlabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for backyard adventures.
In a word, it's chaos.
You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate Design Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Back with you on the next round from our Birmingham Racecourse Casino studios, always brought to you by our friends at Bud Light. Bud Light game night tonight down at the Steel Gastro Pub, the Lakeview District. We'll be there 5 to 7. Come hang out with us, and we'll have a blast talking about everything, including the big games going on this weekend. A great slate. I may have a new segment in the final hour, Rockstar.
Yes, don't have
that we'll only do one time.
Yes. Don't build the Open because we'll never go back to it.
History of the show. Well, I was going to work on the Open in a little bit. Maybe get Taylor and Kelsey and Reed involved in the Open later on. We'll bring that up in a bit. Part of the show today, though, being brought to you, LT. Actually, Brownie by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic.
My man, Dr. Lee, big Dolphins fan. Dolphins are playing tonight. Don't know if you guys remember. So, Dr. Lee, he's probably going to be a little bit distracted today, but he'll still take great care of you. Greystone Chiropractic, just a what? 119 to 280, huh?
In front of your mentor. Not a great way to get into that one. Start over.
Brownie loves those Dolphins. And I will tell you something. You've got something to be proud of now.
Well, I do.
All to a need. All he's needed, he's gotten. And it's called Waddle and Tyreek Hill.
And an offensive-minded head coach. That helps.
Very. Yeah. I'll tell you what, that dude is doing it right, but I'm proud for Tua because I was beginning to question like others, but it was just who he was surrounded with.
That's right.
He's got some receivers now, and he's on time with his throws. I'm proud for him. Yeah. Great job.
Tough one tonight, though. Tough one tonight. Greystone Chiropractor, 119-280 Tattersall Park right there. Go see Dr. Lee, the big Dolphins fan. They're fully focused tonight, even though the Dolphins are playing. He'll take great care of you. Element Wellness there as well. IV vitamin therapy, cryotherapy, infrared sauna, red light therapy, holistic nutrition consulting, all of that there at Greystone Chiropractic. GreystoneChiropractor.com or 981-8090. Go see Dr. Lee.
Hey, I know your love for recreational gambling. We talk about it all the time. I love it as well. And it goes way back. I remember people used to tune in for Greg Roberts when he'd come on and give his picks.
I remember
basically half the nation now has got legalized gambling, and I just don't understand why we can't get it here in Alabama. And the reason I ask you twofold, because one, you're interested, but two, you're kind of wired up in Montgomery. I mean, are we close to one day having legalized gambling?
That's a great question, LT. As far as casino,
and I can't answer it, LT, or I'll have to kill you.
No, I'm talking about sports.
Sports book.
But sports will go with this.
Yep.
And now, for whatever reason, and I don't go out there any longer because I'm not here very much, but the Birmingham Racecourse does parlay tickets.
Mm-hmm.
And they've been doing it for several years now. I think this state is loosened up as far as the attorney general and those that make those decisions. But back to the main theme, which every year they talk about, they bring up the gambling casino bill. And it comes out of either the House or the Senate, but it never gets passed. That's because the Indians are smart enough to know they want to keep control of it. And they have the juice, the money, and they're able to kill that bill every time. But it comes up every year, and you think this is a year they're going to pass that plus allow legal gambling on sports. But it goes so far, and then the next thing you know, they call sine die, and the legislative session is over, and we'll see you next year. And the Indians keep acting as if though they want to get it passed, but they really don't. So I can't answer that. It's just
I don't know how it would affect their business, though, if you just got DraftKings and FanDuel and mobile devices.
Because they would have sports books on their property too, right?
Well, I mean,
so it would increase their
like
increase. Yeah.
At the Beau Rivage.
Yeah.
Wide open now with sports gambling, and it's doing great for them.
Yeah. So it seems like it would help their business.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Tax it.
Tax it.
Tax it. Let's go.
Tax it. Let's go. Back to football. Herb wanted me to talk to him about the SEC. We were talking about Mark Stoops, and we were getting ready for Kentucky Ole Miss, big game in the SEC. Mm-hmm. One of those teams is going to come out as a contender, and how patient they were with Mark Stoops at Kentucky, and now he's looking like he's going to his 7th straight bowl. You think there is a common DNA among SEC teams that are college football teams in general that make teams successful? What is that?
It's real simple. We all know it. Where does it start? Who's the guy that gets the ball every play on offense? Quarterback. Think about it. Will Levis, he has come on like gangbusters.
Yes.
Will Rogers, I'm in love with. Bryce Young speaks for himself. Who else am I leaving
Hendon
out?
Hooker.
Hendon Hooker
Yeah.
looked so great against Florida last week. This Anthony Richardson kid's looking good. K.J. Jefferson, that's going to face Alabama this week. I want to tell you something. That guy's about 250, 260, and he can motor.
Yep.
And we're talking about it always has started with quarterbacks. And if you got a great quarterback, you got a chance to have a great year. And the aforementioned, we just went through that group. They're all having a really nice season. And the guy that I think has come along further than anybody is the Levis kid at Kentucky. And now Rodriguez comes back as a running back. They get him after his incident, and with the NCAA, he's been cleared. He plays. That makes them a bigger threat. That's a dangerous team. And I've told a lot of people, they said, who do you think is going to be the surprise teams this year in the league? I said, Kentucky's going to shock you, and this is going to be a big year for Tennessee. I'm a huge fan of Josh Heupel.
Ooh.
This man knows how to coach, played the game. He knows it starts at quarterback, and he's got him a good one.
He really does. And be careful on your Kentucky love this weekend, because I have a feeling this guy, we're going to record the Players Club label later. I have a feeling this guy doesn't like Kentucky this weekend.
I mean, I think Ole Miss is better than advertised. I think Jackson Dart's another one of those good quarterbacks. I think Ole Miss's defense, 17th nationally right now. Kentucky can't run the football.
They didn't look it against Tulsa.
No, they didn't. It's like they laid down in the second half. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah.
He's pretty good at the.
I know he. Listen,
this guy's good.
Listen, I text him every weekend. LT, help a bro out. Who do you like?
You bring up the quarterbacks in the SEC, and obviously one team that we did not talk about was Auburn. I mean, that quarterback situation is a complete mess.
Well, it's a mess, and look at where they're going. Let's be honest here. They weren't supposed to win that game Saturday. That was an anomaly, but they have, and now they move on. But you just announced that TJ is not going to play again this week. Calzada is going to be a medical redshirt. So that leaves you with that freshman, and then it's going to be Robbie Ashford. I like Robbie. I think he's a good talent, but I don't think he's the answer because when he gets flushed out of the pocket, he's rattled quickly and he scoots out. And you run enough times around right or left in this league, and you'll be bandaged up the next couple of weeks because he's going to get hurt. He may get hurt because I love his speed, I love his attitude, his confidence, but I just don't like that coming out of the pocket. He takes it down and runs it too much.
Auburn's only scored over 24 once this year. It's going to be a low-scoring game if they've got a chance to win this one.
Can I ask Herb one random question?
We've got a caller that wants to talk to him. So
we want to get a call on for Herb, so we got the headset back in. Let's go to Jerry over in McCalla, who's got a Herb story he wants to tell us. Go ahead, Jerry.
Yeah, man. Hey, Jim, you'll remember me y'all will remember me about calling in and ragging Ryan about hitting number 3 tees not too long ago.
Oh yeah, okay. Oh yeah.
Okay, I'm 57 years old. I watched Herb growing up. Man, he was just the greatest sportscaster I ever thought there ever was. And then Jim Dunaway come along.
Right.
Believe it or not, I thought Jim Dunaway was.
Right. I stood on Herb Winches' shoulders, is what I did. Yes.
Yeah. Well, Herb, do you remember the hole-in-one golf contest they used to have out at Bentbrook Golf Course?
I sure do.
$1 million, wasn't it?
Yeah, $1 million hole-in-one. I used to go out there and MC it. Yeah.
Okay. I went out there one day. I just live right up the road. I go out there one day, and they got all these people hitting these golf balls, and I go up and I pay $5. I think it was. You get 5 balls. Might have been 10. Anyway, Doug Layton and Herb Winches were sitting at the table. I go up. I pay my $5. They give me a card, and Herb Winches, he just slides me another ticket right there, and he says, "Here, son, hit them straight." No. That's not the end of the story. So I go out, and I hit 9 balls, and on the 10th ball, they say, "Hold up, play, everybody stop." Everybody had colored balls. Hold play, so everybody stops. They measure, dadgummit if I didn't qualify. I was the last qualifier for that day. So anyway, make a long story short, go back on Monday. Herb Winches is there. Doug Layton's there. We go out there having the hole-in-one. Now, here's where nerves comes in. These pro golfers, you get up on the tee and they give you 2 balls. Closest to the pin wins big money, $1 million. Hole-in-one, $1 million. Anyway, I hit my first ball. You know where it went?
Where?
Right off the end of the tee box.
Oh.
You got cameras and everything watching you, and then I hit the second one, and I hit it on front of the green. But that's my Herb Winches story. I think he's always been the all-time great sportscaster. I can remember him from when I was just out of diapers.
Jerry. Thank you, Jerry.
And the bonus
and you're
ball.
57. Well, honesty, and I will say I'm 73, proud of it, and soon, here in about 2 months, I'll hit that 74 number. But if God's willing, I'm going to keep going strong, and I love working, and I love my business. I love the people that I deal with at the landing and all of my guests, and I've made so many wonderful friends, and I don't have any plans to retire unless the good man upstairs retires me.
Yeah, the landing, though, when you go down there, what a great business to have because everybody's always in a good mood.
That's right.
They are.
Yeah, and it's a great time. You're having a great day on the lake. You get to have great food and hang out with Herb Winches.
Yeah,
often.
but Herb at 73 works his ass off. Every time I go down there, he's just sweating. And
my lovely Maggie always brings it up when we're down there. She's like,
she's a sweetie.
Herb works too hard. He shouldn't do this. And I said, that's not the way we work. That's the way Herb's always been.
Well, I will wrap it up this way. People ask me all the time, how do you do it? I said, it's simple. I've got a 5-star chef with a 1-star owner.
Balance
That's how I do it.
Yes.
Hey, guys, again, thank you for all you're doing for sports, and all of you guys make such a great team. I'm proud of you for your 300th episode here. Keep them going. And if the good Lord's willing, I'd like to be back when you get to number 400 next year.
You come up here anytime.
Do it before then, because I got some good questions for you. I left
we'll do. We come back 400, 500, 600.
Right.
We'll keep going. But you got to end the hour the way you always ended it. So finish this hour. Just end it.
I remember what I always say, everybody. No matter what you do, hit them straight.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Insurance premiums are increasing on your home, your automobile, and your business like never before. And having just one company as an option can cost you thousands of dollars each year. I'm Tyler Watts with Tyler Watts & Associates. We're an independent insurance agency and represent over 50 companies such as Nationwide, Progressive, Allstate, Travelers, just to name a few. Finding an affordable option with A-plus rated companies is what we do for our clients. Don't be held captive to just one company. Let me and my staff help you today. Call me at 205-664-4444. That's 205-664-4444.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the Next Round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the Next Round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Here comes LSU for the Auburn Tigers, who are about to talk about that game this weekend down at Jordan-Hare and a lot more college football, the final 2 hours of our show. Stan White is standing by and brought to you in part today by our friends at Bromberg's.
Hey, nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's. Again, family-owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds. They are your diamond specialist. Bromberg's also has that extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's, 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online. Go to brombergs.com.
All right, Stan joins us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, the former Auburn quarterback, now analyst. Auburn Sports Network, 11:30, or excuse me, no, not 11:30 airtime. It's a 6 o'clock kick, Brown. It is a 3 o'clock airtime, 6 o'clock kick on ESPN. What's up, Stan? How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. How you doing?
Doing wonderful. Thanks a lot. We've asked just about everyone we've talked to this week that is it all associated with Auburn or watched the game. I can't remember a crazier ending. In fact, I saw a video from the booth of you and Andy and your reaction. That is about as wild an ending as you're going to find to a college football game.
Yeah, it started actually, I guess, at the end of regulation.
Yeah.
And they, in fact, I think Andy thought that he had made the kick. Of course, by our vantage point, we're kind of in the southwest end zone, I guess. And so, they go down and get to the 2. And I think that's a smart call. Some people ask me, why didn't they go for the touchdown? I don't think that's a smart call. When you got a kicker that's been as reliable as their kicker, you milk it down because let's not forget, right before half, Auburn drove it down and got a field goal attempt within 15, 20 seconds of the clock, so there's over a minute left to go. So that's a smart move. You move it to the middle of the field, drain it down, and make it the last play of the game. And unfortunately, he just pushed it.
Yeah, by the way, I agreed with you, Stan. I did. I think that, you've got to make that kick. It's a 26-yard field goal.
I did not, Stan. I did not agree. I did not agree, Stan, and I've never lost a game coaching at Jordan-Hare Stadium. So,
well, that's the thing. That's the smart move. Now, if you've got a kicker, if you're on a backup kicker, or if you've got a kicker that struggled or whatever, then that's another point. But by all respects, this kicker has been very solid, and it's essentially an extra point. The quarterback did run back a little bit, but it was 3 or 4 yards further than an extra point. So 98% of the time you're going to make those, and for Auburn's sake, luckily he didn't. But that's the call to make. Run it down, unless you got like 20 seconds to go in the game and you got first down with a couple of timeouts. Then you run a few plays and see if you get in. But if you're over a minute left, you run it down, especially when Auburn. If you could do it. Now, Auburn didn't have enough timeouts to be able to stop it, so that's a smart play. But then they push it, and then, of course, Auburn gets held. You get what you thought was an interception by Robbie Ashford, which it was reviewed and it correctly overturned. And then you get a field goal miss, but an offside. It's just crazy ending. And then, of course, Anders Carlson makes the second time, and then, of course, we know what happened on Nathaniel Pete's run. By the way, that took away from what kind of day he had. He wound up just having a really good day in the second half against Auburn, and he fumbles going in without being hit right before he got hit, and the game's over. So yeah, it's you're sitting there 1-0 in league and 3-1, and of course I'm sure Missouri. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, I guess, and that was a time where Auburn got a little bit of fortune, and that's why the ball bounces the way it does.
Let's go back to Carlson real quick because there was a time inside of 50 the guy was automatic. And the kick that he missed on the offsides in overtime, that thing wasn't even close. Is something wrong with him right now?
Well, other than he has recovered from the knee surgery. Of course, he's wearing a brace more for precautionary. But clearly, he's early in this season. I don't know if it's just his accuracy or if it's bothered him some or whatever, because he missed those 2, right before half as well, and he overcorrected. One was a hook, and then the next one was a slice, and so in golfing terms. So, he was, I guess, fortunately on the day he was only 1 for 2? Because he kicked 4 field goals but got 2 different chances, right?
That's right.
So the stat book doesn't show too bad, but we know that he was actually 1 for 4 in actual kicks. So, that's something I'm sure they'll go back and look at the hold, look at the snap. Don't looked good. Except for the end result. So, he's just got to look at his plan. And believe me, I'm not a kicker. I used to hold, but I'm not, I don't know all the mechanics of that. That's why they spend 2.5 hours on the side over there working on their gig.
Stan White is with us. This hour brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Check out their menu, champyschicken.com, and they'll help you win your tailgate. If you're heading back to Jordan Hare this weekend or wherever you're watching football, champyschicken.com. Stan, it was 14-0 for Auburn. Robbie Ashford gets the start. He's out there playing. Tell me some positives you saw from Robbie Ashford moving forward, and maybe what the defense saw as they adjusted to Robbie as the game went on, something he can work on moving forward. Give me a positive and something for him to work on.
Well, clearly he's got the athleticism to extend plays. I mean, this is a guy that's I mean, he runs. When you see him run, he has almost a receiver gait to him where he's just the striding. I mean, he's just a really good cutter and athletic guy. So, I think their first drive was all runs. In fact, I'm almost positive it was.
Yeah.
Now, he dropped back a few to pass, but he saw a receiver, didn't see it the way he liked, and he scrambled for positive yards. So I think their first drive on touchdowns was like 8 or 9 or 10 run plays. That was a positive, and it was a positive for Robbie to be able to, get his legs loose and everything. Something he's got to work on is allowing plays to develop a little bit more. I think that he right now is still trying to get comfortable. Let's face it, this guy has only played, he started one game in college. He was at Oregon for a few years, but he played baseball, never took a snap. And so he dressed out, but he never played. So I think because he's been gone from high school for now going on 3 years, people assume that he's got experience. Well, this is his first ever start and his first meaningful time on playing. So what he's got to do is let the game come to him a little bit, if that makes sense. That's an old cliche. But I think he looks at one receiver, and if it's not there, it's time to bolt. Sometimes he has to now. I mean, there's no question. Sometimes he has to because of protection breakdowns. But sometimes if you give it a fraction of a second later, then that play develops, and it's a nice execution of a 10 or 15 or 12, 14-yard pass.
Stan White is with us, and he joins us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. The Auburn quarterbacking great now, the analyst on the Auburn Sports Network. 3 o'clock airtime, 6 o'clock kick on ESPN. Stan and the Auburn Sports Network gang there on 3 o'clock from Jordan Hare Stadium for the LSU game. You got to think, Stan, until, you mentioned it, 14 straight runs to open that game. And as you said, some of those were called passes that he got flushed. But Auburn is heavy on the run right now, 45 runs to 14 receptions last game. And I think, what did Ashford have, 18 attempts or something like that? 21 total attempts for the team. So 45 runs to 21 attempts, heavy run. When you are that heavy run, how can you make it effective when LSU obviously saw that film? They know coming in, look, they're not going to throw it a ton. You're probably going to face some stacked boxes. What do you do to alleviate that?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not rocket science. You got to be able to take some shots and beat some guys deep. You got to have some explosive plays, and that comes through the pass game. I mean, when teams put an extra guy in the box. And, we all know what the box is, a tight end to tight end box or tackle to tackle, some people call it. They're going to put an extra guy in there or maybe two, and they're going to shoot run gaps. And basically, Missouri did a good job. If you look back at Auburn's rush per attempt on first down, I'm guessing here just by going by what I saw, I'm guaranteeing it's less than 1 yard per rush attempt on first down. So Missouri's goal was to put Auburn in a second 10 behind the chains right away. But if you look back on the big explosive plays they got on first down were all play action bootleg passes to Coy Moore or to someone else, where Auburn was able to fake a run, bootleg Robbie Ashford out. And I want to say they did that 3 times on first down, and each one of them resulted in a first down. So on that one play. So I don't think there's any question teams are stacking the box. They're going to make Auburn try to get behind in the chains, and then they're going to come after you and hope you make a mistake or try to make you make a mistake. So to me, of course, Auburn sees that, I'm sure. They got to do more passing on first down. And that was the recipe for Missouri, and it worked when they did it.
Okay, you are a coach, Stan, and you agreed with me that they should have kicked the field goal. And
that's the way they'd have done it at John Carroll.
I want to ask you the other controversial call from Harsin, 4th and really 6 inches. They're on the 30 of Missouri. They get that first down. The game's over. I agreed with the call to go for it. I didn't like the play call handing the ball to Bigsby. I thought Ashford under center would be a much better call. But did you agree going for it, or would you have rolled Carlson out for the 47-yard field goal?
I didn't have a problem going for that at all. I mean, that's of course, I'm not getting paid the big bucks either, but I've played it and coached it enough where I think that was the right call. Now, like you said, he did take the snap under center, but he handed it off to Bigsby dotting an I, which is about 7 yards deep, maybe 6. So he's got to run 6.5, 7.5 to get the first down. And we saw most of the day that Missouri was really doing a good job with their gap run blitzes, where they all out come at the snap and try to fill a gap, and they did a good enough job to stop Auburn. So, hindsight's 20/20. You look back at it and say, okay, should we have done a small jet? Should we have done an option where you do an option where you let the end go, pitch it off him, allowing you to kind of cave down your backside. So, I mean, there's different things you look at. But I didn't have a problem with the decision going for it. I mean, that essentially kind of gets the game in your hand, and it's yours to lose then.
Do you even know where your suitcase is right now? I mean, you guys just play home games right now. Do you know what it's going to be like to have to pack something?
Yeah, tell you what, it's been 5 straight. I don't know if I've ever. I mean, in my 22 years of doing the broadcast, I don't know if we've ever had 5 in a row. So yeah, I mean, obviously, we get a nice trip to Georgia next weekend. So and we get to travel through that beautiful downtown Atlanta traffic. So that's always a lot of fun. You could be driving in downtown Atlanta at 3 a.m. and still be bumper to bumper. Right? That place, it's just amazing to me how people don't go crazy living over there.
No. Oh, I think they do. I think they do. I think if you look at the population of Chattanooga, Birmingham, and surrounding areas, I think they do. Stan, we always appreciate the time, man, and enjoy the weekend there, and then eventually having to actually go to work and hit the road at some point in the SEC.
All right, guys, my pleasure. Anytime. Look forward to it next week.
All right, buddy. Thank you. Stan with us each week on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
All right, always good to catch up with Stan there. I got a couple of things for us or sewn together for us here. We're going to talk about with more college football coming up this weekend after Rockstar tells us about his guy Adam Mestre.
Did you know, a lot of people don't know this, it's a fact of the day, of almost the 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that recorded a sale in 2022, Adam Mestre is in the top 8% of those agents. He is a third-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why would you rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
All right. As we get ready for this big weekend, the segment I want to do later, if you guys are into it, it's called Fine Nining instead of Fine Dining. Fine Nining, where we give you the 9 best games of the weekend. You'd go first, and you'd pick the best game you think of the weekend. Then you would give me the next pick. We can't duplicate. I go third. We end up with 9 great games. You always see everybody's best 10 games of the weekend. We'd call it Fine Dining, giving you the menu of the best 9 games of the weekend. Playing off Fine Dining, Brown.
What would we call it, though?
Fine dining.
Oh, fine dining.
Hey, have you guys ever heard that the restaurant business is one of the most difficult businesses to
I've
be
heard
in?
that.
Because most of them close.
Yes.
Sometimes after the first year.
We don't make the opening on that one. The top 9 games of the weekend.
Well, I think we make it. I think we make it one show.
One show. Yeah. Well, that's average for my segments. In all seriousness, some upsets this weekend. A lot of people are picking them. We do our upset alerts on Tuesday. Dan Mullen apparently does his on Wednesday night on social media. Take a look at Dan Mullen right here. Week 5 picks. He likes UCLA over Washington. He likes Michigan over Iowa. No upset there. He likes Kentucky over Ole Miss. Alabama over Arkansas. Oklahoma State over Baylor. Florida State over Wake Forest. Mississippi State over Texas A&M. And NC State over Clemson. I guess the biggest upset there would be NC State over Clemson. Not a lot of upsets there, but others are picking a ton of national folks. Arkansas over Alabama. LT, you think Ole Miss gets Kentucky. Kinnick is where top 5 teams go to die, with Michigan going there. Oklahoma State and Baylor seems like a toss-up. Wake Forest and Florida State seems like a toss-up.
Washington's a favorite. I mean, it's a small favorite, but they're a favorite.
Yeah, so, I mean, we could have some chaos in the rankings this weekend, couldn't we?
Yeah, I mean, we could. Again, UCLA.
You don't sound like you have that feeling.
Well, I don't know. I mean, again, I think, Mississippi State's a better team than A&M, so that would be unranked over ranked. I mean, if NC State beats Clemson, we saw it last year, I'm not going to be shocked. I mean, I think Clemson wins the game personally. Kentucky, Ole Miss, both ranked teams. Washington, if Washington loses, UCLA will be 5-0, and they're going to be ranked.
And they'll be ranked at that point. It's the Michigan-Iowa game that I'm hanging on to a little. That and the Alabama game where the two big chaos losses could come, right? Michigan number 4, Alabama number 2. Iowa, it doesn't have the feeling this year, but the last 6 top 5 teams that have gone into Kinnick, 5 of them have lost. Only Penn State has won. So top 5 teams go to Kinnick to die. Does this feel like one of those games this weekend?
I think everybody goes back to Iowa State and how bad Iowa's offense. Well, week 1 where they didn't score a touchdown, 2 safeties
pretty bad
and a
then
field goal.
too, yeah.
And then week 2 when they lose to Iowa State and the offense only scored 1 touchdown on their first possession. But I've watched them the last couple of weeks. I laid 24 2 weeks ago. I laid a big number 8.5 on the road against Rutgers last week. They covered both games, and I thought the offense looked improved. Now, is it going to be able to move against Michigan? I'm not so sure. But on the other side, Iowa's got the top scoring defense right now in college football.
Does it feel like an Iowa win over Michigan to you this weekend?
Yeah, no. I don't know that it feels like a win. This feels like a tough spot for Michigan to me because they really haven't faced a defense with a pulse. They played 3 awful teams, and then Maryland, who's
and I thought they struggled a little bit at times in Maryland.
They did, and
struggled to stop them for sure.
Yeah, but that to me won't be the big issue. But I think this is by far and away the best defense you've seen this year. If you're Michigan, you've been able to run the ball at will. Almost nobody's been able to take away Blake Corum from you. If Iowa can take away Blake Corum, now all of a sudden your offense has that, oh my gosh, what do we do now? Potentially, maybe not, but potentially that, oh my gosh, what do we do now attitude. We've been able to run at will. Well, now we can't run. Now I got to throw the ball all the time.
I was almost the Big Ten version of Auburn. Kinnick's a tricky place to play. Mm-hmm. They play really good defense, but you talk about teams go there to die. Quarterbacks who sign there go to die.
Oh, wow.
They really do, though. Auburn's had better quarterback play than Iowa.
Don't put you on the recruiting material.
Well, he's right.
C.J. Beathard was a pretty good quarterback. Drew Tate was a pretty good quarterback.
Yeah.
But, man, it's been bad quarterback play the last couple of years.
Glance at the top 25 matchups or top 25 games this weekend. Tell me how many top 25 teams you think lose. Some of them are, ranked versus ranked, so you'll get an automatic loser there. But I'd like to know what kind of chaos we're looking at with this Week 5 schedule, which is some really good conference play, including a late-night game, Stanford and Oregon, 10 o'clock on FS1. You're talking about an Oregon team that has seen Bo Nix score 5 touchdowns and beat BYU, pass for over 400 yards to beat Washington State. Can Bo do 3 good games in a row? Yeah, we'll find out late night on Saturday night to keep that team moving in a good direction.
Roadbo's been a little different. He looked bad in the first half against Washington State, but really bounced back, and you wonder what that does for his confidence. When do we start talking about David Shaw's job being in trouble?
Yeah,
he's getting paid a lot of money.
Probably after they lose Saturday night if Oregon's able to beat them.
Well, that would drop them to 1-3. They were 3-9 last year. They were 4-8 in 2019. I mean, after 4 of his first 5 seasons, he won at least 11 games.
Yeah, living off of what Harbaugh had built there in Palo Alto. Much more in college football. Trash is up next. The show brought to you by our friends at the Pan Store. They want you to look perfect when you go to the stadiums this year. Locations everywhere. Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hoover, and now open live in Auburn as well. It's the Pan Store. See them online, panstore.com, panstore.com. Follow them on social media as well. Pan Store is where you get all your game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, the sunglasses, the game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Meg, Johnny O, and Gentile, and the women's clothing as well, specific game day gear for the female in your life. The Pan Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hoover, and now open in Auburn, panstore.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all three phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
In a word, it's chaos.
You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services, for all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at crockermovingservices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible. And they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, crockermovingservices.com. Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation, from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386, or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com, or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures. Follow us on all our social media and video platforms. Then you see about a 90-second video every week where we show you how to make a nice drink for your tailgate or watching football on the weekends. Taylor Korn, who handles our social media and comes up with the drinks that we make,
has a really good one today. It's called The 12th Man. We'll be recording it after the show. In fact, I wish I had it right now to enjoy it the rest of the show right now.
So Texas A&M flavored, the 12th man,
I don't
or
think
Seattle?
I don't think it has anything to do with Texas A&M. We don't want to have to pay them any rights.
Or the Seahawks.
For the 12th man.
Right.
Or the Seahawks.
Yeah, some things you would not want to drink. 12 men.
Though it does come in.
It's like 11, but you tell me it's 12. Okay.
It does come in as a Seattle Blue, so maybe it has something to do with the Seattle one.
Probably a coincidence.
But the key to it is our friends at Redmond Vodka, and we'll be using the Redmond Vodka we have in our bar coming up in our Drinks with Dunaway this week.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Redmond Vodka, of course, locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity and taste, color and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled. Available at your local package store, including Pink Package of the Beverage Place, also ABC stores, and available in 20 states. Ask for it by name. It's Redmond Vodka.
On the golf course the other day at beautiful Bent Brook is where I was at earlier this week, and a guy said, I used to get so mad at you guys when you were on radio because you would look at something or Rockstar would show you something and I could never see it. You guys would do your best to describe it. But now I still listen to you guys when I'm in sales on the app. But when I get home, I remember what part of the show it is, and I'll go back and look in the video and relive things that you guys talked about that you show on the video platform. So some people do audio and then, when needed, go to the video, or some people are just with us on video. And Forrester does a great job of pulling all this stuff up. One of them, we showed you Dan Mullen's tweet last night of upsets. Here is Colt McCoy paying off. Now, he's injured. Shocker.
Yes.
He's on an injured list.
Had he not been hurt.
With the Cardinals. But Colt McCoy paying off a bet. He's big Texas, right? And he had to wear the Texas Tech gear this week in the Arizona locker room. And Cliff Kingsbury said it wasn't him because I wouldn't want to wear that SHI blanky orange, so I didn't make the bet. It ended up it was Texas Tech wide receiver Antoine Wesley, who's on the team, that made the bet with him. So there's Colt McCoy really excited about wearing the Red Raiders stuff.
Colt is guns down. He is not guns up right there.
Well, and how about the Cardinals helmets? They're pretty much Texas Tech. You see them on the ground?
Those...
Yeah.
Oh, those are Cardinals helmets. I thought they were Texas Tech helmets. Yeah.
Little color rush coming up for the Cardinals in the black there.
That's an interesting Cardinals helmet.
A little hidden meaning in that. Would have picked that up? I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, I thought they were Texas Tech helmets, Lance.
And did you see what Northwestern is about to build?
That stadium?
Privately funded.
Yeah.
All their boosters. They got a ton of money at Northwestern. Look at this stadium that they're building.
It
There's
looks
pictures.
nothing like Northwestern football, by the way.
It was the largest donation in the history of Northwestern. It was from the Ryan family.
Yep.
$480 million.
So Ryan Field is where they're now playing, and this is the inside. Look, the new Ryan Field.
I mean,
how beautiful that's going to be, and they're going to host concerts and stuff in the suburbs of Chicago as well. Right there on campus, right on the lakeshore at Northwestern.
Yeah.
That could change Northwestern football, couldn't it?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, first of all, the academics are very difficult, but I mean, being in a town like Chicago, stadium like that, they're dropping the capacity from 47 to 35,000, which is probably smart on their part.
Yep.
It's always been a weird looking stadium to me with it's got the hill right there.
And then it's got a bunch of seats that are like beyond the end zone where you're like, you can't see much from there. It doesn't appear.
Designed for a different time and a different era way back in the day. All really cool, and they're going to build it right on the same side as Ryan Field now. So
Soldier Field games
means
probably.
a couple of years at Soldier Field in Chicago. All right, so there you go. That's a couple of whip around the internet that Forrester found for us last night. Champy's Chicken bringing you this hour of the show right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Earlier. Herb talked about Lavoie's meatballs. The modern-day Lavoie meatball for us is the Mississippi Delta tamale at Champy's world-famous fried chicken. If you go by there, if you've never had a tamale, if you had tamales and didn't like them, I always recommend try Champy's Chicken's tamales. So Mississippi Delta, just a hint of spice to them. It's a different kind of tamale. You get that at Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. The Southern fried chicken plates, the poor boys, the hand-cut chicken fingers, perfect for your tailgate. Check them out, champyschicken.com. Rockstar, let's do a little trash, man. Hit the big button.
Do y'all usually start before 8 o'clock with a chainsaw?
What time is it, sir?
Well, it's after 8 now. You guys started firing it up at 7:55.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
He laid on it, too.
In case you didn't know I cranked it, I'm just going to fire it up.
But if you missed earlier in the show, LT would send that guy out of business if he found a working
how
lightsaber.
clean would the lightsaber be?
It would be quick, too. Just shoom, shoom, shoom.
You know what is weird to me? That on third downs at Research Stadium for Oregon State games, even though beavers cut trees down, they do that chainsaw sound. I'm like, that doesn't match up.
No.
I know what you're doing there, but it's not a chainsaw, it's a beaver.
Would you like him to go?
I think
first down.
I think the chainsaw thing's weird, don't you? I mean, boy, they were doing it all night against USC too, especially early in that game.
Yeah, not enough,
Yeah,
Brandon.
not enough. Hey, if you're sick of ripping your hair out over rent prices, put down the toupee and contact Mortgage Right today. Mortgage Right has all the first-time homebuyer essentials, including a variety of loan products, an easy pre-approval process, and a multitude of other resources for a seamless home buying experience. They will treat you like family and are always looking to bring in more happy homeowners under their roof. Don't let rent run you ragged. Become a homeowner today. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Brody asked if we have video of that incident that Rockstar just played. I was the one doing the video at Lance's house. I will look through my phone and see if we have
I think
it.
you probably do. Speaking of that,
I don't know if you could see the perpetrator, though.
How about this? Perfect segue. 3 men in Florida have been charged after attempting to steal traffic signs or traffic lights using a saw. Now, according to the county sheriff's office, the detective was driving home around 1 a.m. on Tuesday when he noticed a suspicious van stopped at an intersection with its headlights turned off. The detective then noticed sparks coming from the area where traffic lights were in the process of being installed.
That looks like the worst dating game of all time.
Hi, I'm Ward. I'm Donnelly. I'm Domingo.
Wow.
What were they stealing?
Traffic lights.
Why?
Yeah. Well, why not?
Additional deputies arrived at the scene where they say they found 3 men using a saw to cut the traffic lights off at the poles. By the time law enforcement arrived, the men had already successfully cut down 3 stoplights and placed them inside of a van. Sheriff's office said all 3 men admitted to stealing the stoplights. Officials said the traffic lights are valued at $5,000 each.
Well, yeah, but where do you say?
And they're massive, too. Like,
Take it to the pawn shop.
Yeah. I mean, are you like, hey, nice speaking to you. Love Lincoln, Nebraska. You guys in the business for discounts, traffic lights?
You know, I know normally you buy them for $5,000. I'll say you buy them for $2,500.
Yeah.
Hey, you know, I said everything has been done or has happened in this world. Has a traffic light ever fallen through a car and killed somebody?
I like how you had to end it with killed.
Yeah.
Well, it would have to. If that thing hits you in the head, you're done.
Oh, you're done. You're like, because as Rockstar was saying, they are much bigger than you imagine them to be.
I bet somewhere along the line, while stringing a new traffic light, one has fallen into a vehicle that is driving under it. Those 3 pictures, put them up again. Is there a chance that they were just getting 3 of them to put in their room down in the basement to live at mom's house, that they want that traffic light working over their bar or something in their sports room?
Hey, if it's a yellow light, I got a girl. Maybe got a girl in there.
I may have a girl. If it's a green light, come on in.
How viral does it go if a dude is flying through an intersection on his motorcycle, traffic light falls, hits him perfectly square in the chest?
I mean, to your point, Les, I do think that would go viral, yes.
What if it was a dude just walking a dog? Like, what if it's just walking a dog?
What if a guy's on a motorcycle riding through a traffic intersection and lightning hits him and it's caught on video? Viral?
Hey, you remember he was a really good tight end for Florida State, the dude that hit the bus, and the traffic security cam was right there at the bus stop, and he went flying over the handlebars.
Oh,
of the motorcycle.
yeah. I can't remember his name, though, but I do remember that video.
Yeah, he was a good receiver.
Yeah.
I don't know. Can we play that, Scott? It's security.
Yeah. Scott, the video of the person we don't know their name.
Well, I mean, it's Florida State tight end hit on motorcycle by bus. I mean, it shouldn't be that difficult. I don't know why you're rubbing your head, Dunaway. You ask him to do shit on the fly all the time.
No, never on the fly.
Never on the fly, just the break before.
It's a text from the.
I'll give it like a minute world heads up.
A text from the night before, but we act like it's on the fly on the show. Yeah.
Oh,
I hear it all the time.
Hey, a woman said a man she met on a dating app drove her into a river after getting annoyed with her. Police found the victim, who has not yet been identified, crying, still soaking wet near a boat launch in Providence, Rhode Island, early on Sunday morning. She told police her date became angry with her, drove a red Toyota Camry into the nearby river. Woman was able to open her passenger door and swim out of the river. Police did not say who owned the Camry. The man can be seen leaving the scene on security camera footage. He appears to be wearing a black hoodie and jeans. Now, the woman said she met her date, how about this, on Plenty of Fish. That is the name of the app.
Plenty of fish in
and
the
then
sea.
drove her into the river.
Oh, wow. That's irony is what we call that. Yeah. Plenty of Fish dating app. I've never heard of that one. Not that I'm in the dating app market.
Boy, I mean, she would really have to annoy you for you to drive your own car into the river.
That's pretty bad.
I can't do this anymore.
That is next level.
When I shoot a good round of golf, I'll tell the story in the air. When I shoot a good round of golf, I text Brown and let him know what I scored. You guys know I have trouble with my Bluetooth.
Some of the texts I get.
So I'm leaving the course. My Bluetooth, I got the sunroof open, so you got all the going, and my Bluetooth's working overtime. And I said, good score today. It was a grind 81. It goes to Brown as Grinder 81.
Yes.
And I wrote back. I said, I promise
That's
you.
your handle?
I said, I promise you that's not my screen name on the alt dating website Grinder.
I was in the process of typing my response when Dunaway finally realized his mistake. I was, dang, I didn't even get the response in.
Do you guys know what the perineum is?
Do not.
It is the area between the pubic bone and the anal cavity.
Oh, yeah. I've heard that.
Now, for some...
Is it not perineum?
Yeah, it's perineum, perineum.
Okay.
It's not
well,
big a deal.
anyway, for some, sunning this area...
Sunning?
Yeah, for
Like
at
getting
least
sun?
3 minutes at a time apparently creates a surge in energy equivalent to walking around in the sun all day.
But what I gotta say is-
recharging or having a cup of coffee.
This is one of the best stock photos I've ever seen.
Okay, but real quick, have we not done this story before?
Yes,
In
this
Trash?
is becoming a TikTok challenge.
I gotta get
Now,
some
with the
took me to get this
hashtag
angle?
perineum sunning currently getting over 2.7 million views on TikTok, it's not even a niche as a wellness trend. Now, a TikTok user went on to say, quote, it absolutely feels really good to have the warmth of the sun shining down there. It's a feeling you can't really describe unless you experience it. Now, Dr. Karen Raj recently posted on a video on TikTok explaining the dangers of exposing this thin layer of skin to the sun.
Which are what?
Goes on to say, please don't
First of all,
harvest
your ass is in the air bare.
solar energy with your butthole, he says in the clip. The perineum is an area of thin tissue between your back passage and your genitals. The reason it's called the area where your sun don't shine is because biology and evolution made sure that it's hidden away. The rays from the sun can increase the risk of burning, irritation, and skin cancers.
Okay. How many minutes a day are people doing this?
3. You have 3 minutes in your day.
3 minutes.
Can you do it in the park?
Once.
In a pinch.
You can do it one time.
It looks like you're mooning God at that point, though.
It really does, yeah.
Can you imagine if somebody was doing that and a traffic light just fell on him?
And it hit him perfectly, Rockstar.
Why were you in the intersection?
It's a 1 in a million shot. Doc.
Lizzo, now the first person in 200 years to play President James Madison's crystal flute. I didn't know James Madison had a crystal flute. It feels like she's
That's
more
what
than
he's known
playing
for,
it.
man, is his crystal flute.
It's like she's about to eat it.
Very uncomfortable for Jimmy Mads.
Yes.
Wow. Quote, we just made history tonight, said Lizzo during her Tuesday night concert at Capital One Arena in D.C. Last Friday, the singer and rapper was invited by the Library of Congress to check out the extensive flute collection ahead of her concert. I did see her in concert in Minnesota, and she played the flute.
Yeah.
She's really, really good at playing the flute. Now, she is a trained classical flutist from the age of 10. But she went on to say, quote, bitch, I just twerked and played James Madison flute from the 1800s.
That's right. I mean, who hasn't said that before?
I love America.
I mean, it does sound like the worst pickup line of all time. Hey, Lizzo, you want to play James Madison's glass flute?
Well, I mean, what did Lizzo do in band camp?
Is a flute collection kind of a weird thing to have for a dude?
An extensive 200. I don't think they were all his. I think it was just the Library of Congress has them.
Oh, okay.
Hey, well, Tom Command, local rock sar.
Is there a chance that James Madison just smoked pot and that was his bong? His glass flute was just his bong?
Jimmy Mads.
Yeah.
Or it could have been Dolly's toy, bedside toy.
Oh, my.
I love music.
It was before plastics, Rockstar.
I see that.
Well, Tom Command was arrested Monday night during the Holtville Middle School Junior Varsity homecoming game after allegedly streaking through parts of town and then attempting to run onto the field. Now, according to the sheriff, Bill Franklin, he talked to the suspect who reportedly told him Holtville lost a lot of school spirit during COVID, and he was just, quote, trying to bring some of that back.
So he did it naked.
Yep. So let's go, team. Yep. By the way, just over 5 feet tall. And Jimmy, one of our great viewers, sent us this story.
Okay. Eric Adams, 39, was caught and tackled by adults in the back of the south end zone behind the goalpost shortly after he ran through the gate, according to a witness. Mark Tomikins, who sent additional information concerning the incident, he wrote, Danny Guthrie, a photographer and videographer for HD9 Media, was the first one to see Mr. Adams. He immediately ran and tackled the nude man. When Danny took off running, head coach and athletic director of Holtville High School, Coach Franklin, was inches behind Danny. When Danny tackled the suspect, he then defecated on himself.
Oh.
At this point, Kevin Chavis, the president of the Holtfield Quarterback Club, was halfway down the field with other coaches screaming for everyone to get off the field. It sounds a little like our man Shane Beamer. Danny and Coach Franklin held the suspect down until 3 sheriff's units literally flew in seconds after the suspect was restrained. Mr. Chavis, along with most of Holtville coaches, made a barrier wall to shield any body part from being exposed. When the sheriffs got there, they got the suspect out of eyesight, arrested him immediately after comments were made about him being covered in his own feces and mud.
Yeah. I'm going to go book by cover here and say they didn't need the human shield.
He is just taller than 5 feet, Brownie.
Only 4 foot of that's forehead.
What is what was that Bad Country song from the 70s about streaking? That's what that whole story sounded
Ray
like.
Stevens?
Oh, yeah. Ray Stevens, yeah.
What is the
Don't look, Lois, or something like that.
Lois.
The Kevin Spacey's assistant on House of Cards?
Oh yeah, it does look like him
A little bit. Young Christopher Lloyd too.
The guy who has to clean up all
Yeah.
the trouble. Yeah, that's Trash Today, brought to you by.
Hey, big government isn't always bad news, and our friends at Mortgage Right have some valuable government-backed loan options to help you buy your first home. Government-backed loans are trending upwards amongst first-time home buyers, and for good reason. You can save on down payment costs, get better interest rates, reap the benefits of choosing one of the top-ranked lenders in the nation. Mortgage Right has closed thousands of FHA, USDA, and VA loans. They're eager to help you next. Buy your first home the right way by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
I've only streaked one time in my life. Am I the only one on the panel that has streaked there?
I don't think I've ever streaked.
I've never technically streaked. I've been naked a lot outside.
Yeah,
Okay.
I got off on a technicality because we weren't running. We were just kind of like
Jim's been
plotting.
Jim, quote, I've been naked a lot outside. I don't think I've ever streaked.
Yeah, I mean, no running. I'm too lazy.
Right.
Don't look, Ethel. I had the wrong name, was the line from that.
Okay.
Back in a moment right here on the next round.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Look around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation, from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at Champy'sChicken.com. At Champy's, you experience Southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Back with you on the Next Round. We told you earlier, reports have TJ Finley out again. No surprise to a lot of people, but the fact that it's an AC joint injury makes it sound like it could last a little bit longer. Tom Green first, I saw reported as TJ Finley and Auburn get ready to host LSU, who will be without guard Garrett Dellinger. Jacob Hester talked about the loss of him with a broken hand out for the Auburn game this weekend coming up. Nick Saban last night, JoJo Earl, day-to-day. So too Jordan Battle coming off his hamstring. And Byron Young, the defensive lineman, had an ankle. All those day-to-day from Nick Saban last night. Maybe he'll update them tonight on the Hey Coach show on the Crimson Tide Sports Network, wherever you get that this evening. That's a Precision Sports update.
Hey, if you're close to or have met your annual insurance deductible, your out-of-pocket costs could be significantly reduced. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics encourages you to see an orthopedic surgeon for that elective procedure to treat back pain, foot pain, hand pain, shoulder pain, and other joints. Make an appointment. Start saving today. PrecisionSportsOrtho.com/providers.
Brendan Marcello at the top of the hour. A couple of things here. NFL game tonight, Dolphins and Bengals. Tua's questionable, but Brown's hearing that he is going to give it a go most likely. They'll know more when they get to warm-ups. That'll be big. 7:15 on Prime. Last week, Russell Wilson, Monday Night Football, the Manning cast was going on, right? And Eli Manning says that they maybe should have paid the $234 million to the punter instead on the Manning cast.
Good line.
Well, Russell Wilson gets asked about that. Remember, Eli had done the Chad Powers dress-up tryout for the Penn State walk-on quarterback position, so Russell fires back at Chad Powers.
You talking about Chad Powers? Yeah, Chad Powers, I'm 3-0 against Chad Powers.
Clapback, I'm 3-0 against Chad Powers.
Now, Chad does have one more Super Bowl, but Russell Wilson's the better overall quarterback. I don't think there's any doubt. Nathaniel Hackett chose not to play offensive starters during the preseason. I think it showed. This is a new system. These guys haven't been on the same page. They are so fortunate to be 2-1. They could be 3-0. Just ugly, ugly wins. Their defense is keeping them in games. But I think once he gets some chemistry, I mean, you got really good receivers when you look at Cortland Sutton and you look at Jerry Jeudy. Jerry Jeudy seems to be open deep all of the time, and they're just not connecting right now.
Yeah, I mean, Jerry Jeudy got into a little bit of a spat with the Broncos legend Shannon Sharpe over the weekend. I don't know if you guys saw that on social media, and had to delete a tweet where he compared Shannon Sharpe's breath to another body part.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Shannon's a pretty big deal in Denver as well, kind of a hero there. We spent all offseason talking about how great that AFC West was going to be, and I have been badly underwhelmed at that division. I don't know about you guys.
Chargers having some injuries and such there as well.
Yeah, I mean, you lose Slater, your starting left tackle. Now you lose Joey Bosa, which is a huge loss off that defense. I don't know what to think of the Chargers. The only team that has yet to win a game is Vegas right now.
They look like they may want to fire their coach already.
I don't think the Chiefs are as good as they were. So, yeah, you're right. I mean, I still think it's a wide-open division. I still think Denver can make a little noise.
All right. Speaking of a little noise, let's do Rockstar's viewing menu. What he's watching tonight is brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Yeah, and our friends at New Life Art, they've got another great deal this week for the Alabama and Arkansas game. Top of the line, that is the canvas just in. Our friend Daniel A. Moore is announcing top of the line. It is the 1980 Sugar Bowl, excuse me.
79 season, 80 Sugar Bowl, Major Ogilvy over the top, all right?
Major Ogilvy leaping for that touchdown against the Arkansas Razorbacks during that 80 Sugar Bowl. These editions will be released this fall, just in time for the holiday season. And this week only, 20% off your top-of-the-line Canvas Edition framing. No code needed. Framing discount expires 10/3/22. For more information, DanielMooreArt.com.
Remember, it's premiere week this week and next week, so at 8 p.m. on CBS, we got a new show called So Help Me Todd. Margaret Wright hires her son to join her law firm as an in-house investigator. I'll bet he is off the wall, not really trained.
Yeah, doesn't do it by the book.
He does it, but like at the end, she has to admit, like, okay, you did it the weird way and the wrong way, but it worked.
Justice was served. Yeah, they showed some heavy previews of this during the CBS games this weekend, and I was not entertained.
I think it's going to be the majority of Americans. Yeah. Then 8 p.m. on Showtime, too, if you want to feel really uncomfortable. I was going to ask Lunsford about this. The Jennifer Lawrence movie, Mother. Lance, did you ever see it?
I did not.
It's the whole movie. It's got some biblical references into it, and it's just really uncomfortable the entire movie. So you want to feel uncomfortable, Mother, Showtime 2, and then 8:50 on Epic Drive-In if you've been uncomfortable visually from 2004 with Christian Bale, The Machinist. I still have not seen it.
I haven't seen it either, and he lost, like 70 or 80 pounds. That guy.
There's a picture still that everybody uses with him like this, with his shirt off, and he's like 115 pounds.
The way he can transform his look is pretty amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Brandon Marcello coming up at the top of the hour. That's Rockstar's viewing menu, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Yeah, again, for more information, for over 40 years, great moments from our friend Daniel A. Moore and New Life Art. Go online, check out that new canvas commemorating the 1980 Sugar Bowl against Arkansas. Online, DanielMooreArt.com.
Brandon Marcello knows that Arkansas program well. We'll talk to the national columnist of 24/7 Sports about the SEC when we come back right here on the Next Round.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Amherst, Bromberg's, Bryant Bank, ERA King, Gutter Cap, Hemp Hill Services, Legacy Federal Credit Union, Mortgage Right, Nichols Outfitters, Storm Restoration Roofing, Wayne's Pest Control, Way to Wellness. Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. What do all these brands have in common? Well, not only are they all Next Round sponsors, but they are all also BBB accredited businesses. BBB accredited businesses voluntarily hold themselves to higher standards and believe in a fair and equitable marketplace. Do you want to join this winning team of top local brands? Are ethics and principle business standards important to you and your business? You want access to exclusive BBB accredited business benefits? Here's a hint. The answer is yes. So join the ranks of these businesses and more than 4,000 others in Central and South Alabama that have pledged their commitment to a fair and equitable marketplace. Apply today for BBB accreditation by calling 205-558-2201. Mention promo code BetterBiz for a special offer for Next Round listeners and earn the sign of a better business.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Holly Mack Wilson just sold the Johnsons a new home. Not a house, a home. She helped them put a swing in the backyard, helped move the grill to the back patio, and watched as the Johnsons put their great-grandmother's piano in the foyer. A house is a dwelling. A home is a place filled with love and memories. Call Holly Mack Wilson, your Tuscaloosa Keller Williams Realtor, 205-901-9446, or check out our website, hollymackhomes.com, and let Holly Mack Wilson help you find your dream home where you can make your own memories.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lansdale, to tell you about my friends at Wayne. Summer is ending, which means fall is here. Fall means football, but don't forget about that yard. My yard is looking fantastic thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Summer ending and lawns soon be heading into dormancy. Yards of the month are made in the fall during proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free, lush lawn next summer. Call 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. First month free on the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show today. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester, Lunsford, Taylor Corn, handling all your social media in our social media area here at Double Down Media. Week 5 of college football is coming up. A great slate of conference races. I mean, you look around, every conference has really good, meaningful games, home and away for some ranked teams. Just a good weekend. We'll talk to Brandon Marcello about that after Brownie tells us about the weekend with the NASCAR playoffs coming here locally to Talladega.
That is right. It is a critical race in the round of 12. It is the Yellowwood 500 Sunday. Don't forget the Saturday night concert. Chase Rice and Bailey Zimmerman in the infield. The Sunday ticket gets you in with that. You can reserve your spot there, get your seats, campground, all of that. NASCAR's race for the finals there. Talladega Super Speedway, the Yellowwood 500. TalladagaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA. That's TalladagaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA. Brandon Marcello covers college football for 24/7 Sports, fresh off a conversation
with the head coach of Alabama's opponent this weekend, Sam Pittman of the Arkansas Razorbacks. What's up, Brandon? How are you?
Doing well, guys.
Good. Brandon with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You found Coach Pittman. I assume was the conversation done this week?
Yeah, it was yesterday morning, actually.
Yeah.
We sat down, chatted. You know, it was interesting. I was in their building. I kind of got the sense that the emotions of that Texas A&M game and the way it ended hadn't quite worn off yet. But you know, we'll see. I think that's affecting them quite a bit.
Oh, wow. So what Brandon's saying is Texas A&M may beat Arkansas twice.
Oh, you don't want that to happen.
You don't want that to happen, Brandon.
Never want that to happen.
Yeah, I mean, the takeaway from that game, Brandon, I mean, we all watched the same game. It seemed like Arkansas was double digits better than Texas A&M. You got to give A&M credit. I mean, they finished. They found a way to win it, but Arkansas looked like the better team.
Yeah, they look like the better team, and I think we'll probably see that this week when A&M plays Mississippi State on the road. But, yeah, that's what's so disheartening for Arkansas is because, you know, they were playing up to this game against Alabama, you know, as in the story I wrote today that, you know, they were preparing for ESPN College Game Day to be on campus, which doesn't sound like a big deal to anybody in the state of Alabama, but Arkansas hadn't had them on campus in 16 years. You know, they had prepared for this to be the biggest game, maybe potentially in modern history in Razorback Stadium. And now it's, you know, it's number 2 gets number 20, but there just doesn't seem to be that kind of, you know, excitement around it, even though, you know, some of the fans are kind of excited about it still. But it's one of those situations where they've seen the last 2 weeks at Arkansas issues pop up. I mean, they trailed Missouri State by 10 in the fourth quarter, and then they go on the road to Arlington, neutral site, play Texas A&M, look dominant for like a quarter, and then just look kind of lost after that fumble. And, you know, the third quarters have just been absolutely daggers for them all season. They've been outscored 41-13. They look listless against Missouri State in the third quarter. And they looked even worse against A&M in the third quarter. They only had 21 yards of offense. So they're trying to figure out a way to get this thing going and just come out of the locker room on fire because, I mean, goodness gracious, you go against Alabama. You know, you guys saw it this week. You know, Will Anderson and co saying, you know, we want to put opponents away by halftime so the stadium's emptying, if not the end of the third quarter. And boy, oh boy, that's when Arkansas struggles the most, is in that third quarter.
You know, this seems to be a good matchup, though, for Arkansas. They're so good at sacking the quarterback. Alabama struggles to protect Bryce Young. He has to use a Superman cape to do what he did last year to win the Heisman Trophy. But then there's that back end of the defense. Do they feel like their pass coverage and pass defense as a whole is getting better as the season progresses, or is that a concern for Sam?
Yeah, it's still a concern for them. And you know, it was a concern going into this season. They had to replace some players with some transfers. And then they had an injury with Jalen Catalon, who, in my eyes, was a potential All-American type at safety. He was as a freshman, and he's just injury prone. He's kind of a smaller guy, and he's out for the season. And they've had to do a lot of things to fix that. And you see the high sack rates, which you go, wow, that's a good thing. But if you look here, you know, with some defenses, I mean, Tennessee was that way last year, but their defense was atrocious because they gave up so much to get those sacks. I'm not saying Arkansas's in that realm, but they're giving up a lot on the back end to be able to get those sacks. They've got tremendous linebackers with Bumper Pool and the Alabama transfer Drew Sanders, who I think leads them in sacks right now and leads the SEC in sacks. But the issue for them is not getting to the quarterback, it's getting there fast enough so that they can help out that secondary. That's kind of been an issue, and the secondary has been picked apart. In every single game they've played this year, they've been picked apart. I think last week there was a crucial play in the second half against A&M where it was like 3rd and 20 or 3rd and 21, and it seemed like Arkansas was finally getting control and momentum of that game once again, and then they give up a pass play for them to convert a first down, and it went all downhill from there.
Brandon Marcello is with us, 24/7 Sports, at @BMarcello on Twitter. You can go read what he did there with Arkansas coach Sam Pittman there at 247sports.com. Make sure to go follow Brandon on Twitter as well. Like his stories, like his videos, support Brandon. He does a tremendous job with 24/7 Sports, always very kind with his time with us. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You mentioned you think A&M may be in trouble against Mississippi State. Yeah, look, Max Johnson's not turning the ball over. I don't know that he's improved much other than that at the quarterback spot. And then this Zach Arnett defense has played pretty well for State.
That's the thing. I think A&M going on the road, that's really going to get into Max Johnson's head, I think, a little bit. There's going to be a turnover or two in this game for A&M. And with Mississippi State's offense, they're going to put up points, especially at home. I was very disappointed to see what they could not do in the second half against LSU last week. I expect so much more of this Mississippi State team this year. You got to see some type of step forward with Mike Leach here at Mississippi State. You got to see him win 8 games. You got to see him beat Ole Miss in the Egg Bowl for the first time. Because I think that if they get in this territory where it's just ho-hum there, it's winning 6 games, 7 games, wow, the offense is exciting. That's not it. Even at Mississippi State, it's not going to cut it. And I think there's potential there where he might be on a warm seat going into next season if he doesn't win these type of games against kind of like borderline or just inside the top 25 teams at home in Starkville. You need to be able to kind of win these games, make them competitive, and he hasn't quite been able to do that consistently. And I think the fans there at Mississippi State are starting to get a little anxious, but I think the matchups here are great in favor of the Bulldogs. They just can't get into any lulls. Mike Leach's offense, even we saw at LSU, they're getting these lulls where it just looks like they've hit the off switch. And as long as they don't do that and they play consistently against A&M, I really like their chances. I think they're going to win this week.
Well, look, I agree with you on Mississippi State. I thought they'd be a dark horse coming into this season, and they still have that opportunity. I think this is his best roster. I like Will Rogers, but you're right. In that second half against LSU, they only had 3 points. With that said, LSU's only given up 3 points over the last 6 quarters. Now they get Auburn in that quarterback situation. I mean, do you see any way Auburn's able to move the football on this LSU defense?
If Auburn suddenly can throw the ball, potentially, that's kind of a dangerous thing, though, too, because everybody's just discounting Auburn's offense and Robbie Ashford and being able to throw the ball. But then you hear things that he hits some big passes every now and again in practice. And so it just takes one play to kind of maybe give a player who's starting really for the first time in major college football that confidence to go out there. And for that matter, it gives the coaches more confidence to call plays like that. He obviously didn't have that happen against Mizzou. But, there comes a point in every season where a team is what it is. There's really not going to be a step to be taken as far as seeing marked improvement when your offense is struggling the way it is. The thing, though, with Auburn is that they've just had so many weird things going on now with TJ Finley out, then Robbie Ashford's in. They're not running the ball enough. Then they're running it a lot in the first half or first quarter against Mizzou, and then they kind of pull off on it a little bit with Tank Bigsby. Got to have some consistency there, whether it's from the players or just from the play calling. I give Auburn a shot in this game. I don't think you need to write off Auburn against LSU, especially an LSU team that's their offense isn't necessarily all gangbusters either. But, man, things do look pretty dire on the Plains. And losing to LSU, obviously not unexpected, but losing to them is only going to put them in a much deeper hole to even be able to combat, one, all the outside noise, but secondly, as players to go out there every week and thinking you're going to win.
So in consecutive weeks, Scott Frost, Herm Edwards, Jeff Collins losing their jobs at Power 5 locations. Brandon Marcello sort of jumped into the question, is there an advantage, a pro or a con, to firing a coach in September? It's in our morning rounds, our top reads at nextroundlive.com. I don't want to sound like Judge Judy here, but what's the verdict, man? Is it a positive or a negative to fire somebody in September?
I hate to say it, it's mixed. I talked to a bunch of ADs and agents, and they're quoted in the story anonymously because they don't want their names attached to the truth. But it varies across the board. You have some people who are some like old school thinkers still, as ADs are like, I'm waiting till the end of the season. I don't care what's really going on unless it's just an absolute firestorm, a disaster on campus. And I was surprised by some of the people who told me that. Again, they have to remain anonymous, but I was surprised by some of the people who told me that. So I'll keep that in mind if they ever have any issues with the coaches they have. And so, and some of these ADs I talked to who have made changes recently within the last couple of years, and seem to be shifting more and more to, if I got to fire a guy, I don't care what time it is. I'll do it, after week 1, week 2. It's what we got to do now. A lot of these ADs, they realize, not especially, but at these big time Power 5 programs, they know they're playing with monopoly money. The buyout situations right now, I don't care if people saying 30 million, 25 million, 15 million, doesn't matter to them anymore. I mean, you might as well just say, what are you going to tip your server? I'll just write it down. I don't care. I got to get out of the restaurant. That's kind of what it is now with these coaches. And so more firings are going to come in September in the coming years, and for that matter, here in the next few weeks across college football.
On that topic, before you go, Brandon, what do you gauge as the current temperature on Eli Drinkwitz in Columbia, Missouri?
I think that they've got some financial problems. I talk about financial problems. The university has financial problems, and they've been having those for the better part of the last 5-6 years. I'm interested to see kind of what they want to do there. The AD there that came in from UNLV, she is not afraid to make her mark and make changes. Obviously, she did not hire Eli Drinkwitz, so if Mizzou continues to kind of tank the way they are right now, I think they might be the worst team in the SEC below Vanderbilt. And if that's the case at the end of the season, I think that Eli Drinkwitz may very well get canned.
Can I ask you a crazy question?
What does that make Auburn if Missouri's the worst team in the SEC? I mean, they should have beaten Auburn.
And this is a crazy question now. But if you're having that kind of financial problems as a university, I never thought I'd ever ask a question, but Missouri's always been a bad fit. If the Big Ten called Missouri, would they ever walk away from the SEC for the Big Ten?
I don't know, but Big Ten ain't calling.
Yeah. So there's the end of that.
And the Big Ten's not picking up the phone if they try to call either. I'll tell you that.
That's where they wanted to go, right? Originally, they never thought about the SEC. I think they wanted to go Big Ten when they wanted.
Yeah, and that's just not happening. It's just not, and that's the thing. You're exactly right. And Mizzou has not done very much since they've joined the SEC to improve their facilities and their standing and to make it more of an SEC type campus. You got to spend money to make money, and Mizzou hasn't really done that and to keep up with the Joneses, which is crazy considering that they entered a conference well behind everybody anyway, and now they kind of been stagnant. Whatever they do, I mean, the new AD there, I mean, I know they're having financial problems as a university, and unless the athletics department is just completely like trying to supplement the university, which they're not necessarily, they've got to start spending some money. They've got to do that because Mizzou they're just kind of in the middle of the road at best in the SEC these last 5 years. They came in on fire in the SEC, obviously with football. Basketball's been up there a couple times, but ever since then, it's been a reality check time for them. They need to figure things out.
All right, go to 24/7 Sports and read Brandon's stuff there. You can follow him on Twitter, @BMarcello, @BMarcello on Twitter. Follow him there, like all his stuff, and support Brandon. We appreciate the time, Brandon. Always great talking with you.
All right, thanks, guys. See ya.
All right, see you. Take care. Brandon with us, Brandon Marcello on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Put me down as I would let Missouri go to the Big Ten in a heartbeat and take Oklahoma State to replace them with all their money and their facilities and their athletics and bring them in with Oklahoma and Texas. And it seemed like it'd be a better fit.
I would agree.
Better fit.
Yeah, I think it would be a better fit. I don't think it will happen. I agree with Brandon. I think Missouri is a good spot to be stuck.
Yeah. You're not stuck in the SEC, but it is
SEC stuck with them, though.
Yeah. I just never felt like we were their first choice in the South.
They probably would have wanted to go to the Big Ten, but apparently that was a non-starter.
Nice to be able to settle on the SEC, isn't it?
Of all the additions, that's the only one that I hate all the gimmicky, goofy stuff Texas A&M's fans do, but The overall athletics I'm okay with.
Yeah, but, we shake cowbells and we do a lot of things in the SEC that are weird. And
not as weird as the Texas A&M stuff. That's cultish.
At least they care. At least they care about football.
That's true. That's a good point.
The next round brought to you by our friends at Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the world's first clear multi-age tequila. Dobel Diamante is a blend of extra añejo tequila, the añejo tequila, the reposado tequilas, all aged in your new European oak barrels. Who would have thought new would catch me today? It's double filtered to remove the color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. That's what this is all about, character and smoothness with the Maestro Dobel Diamante tequila. Crystal and clear in appearance and smooth and crisp on the finish. Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or for mixing. When we come back, a very busy segment for you, and then Buster Only at 12:35. When we come back, we'll get phone calls, 205-734-0923. We've got Brownies Traditions, and I won't promise any more because it's that much stuff still to come, but maybe more in the next segment. That's our Michelson look ahead. Tell us about Michelson as we head to break here.
Yeah, make that call today, 969-8100. I made the call over 2 decades ago. I had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. After I went in, got the procedure done, only took 12 minutes for both eyes. 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. Call Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They will hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You have nothing to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Dr. Jen Michelson, Dr. Mark Michelson, conveniently located UAB Highlands. For more information, visit them online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
In a word, it's chaos.
You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services, for all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at crockermovingservices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible. And they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, crockermovingservices.com.
Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation, from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Going to head and talk to Chad here on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline after Brownie tells us about JohnsonRVCenter.com, 734-0923.
They are closing out the 2022s right there. I-65 exit 304 and Coleman 334 in Decatur, making room for the 23s. What that means for you is great deals at Johnston RV Center. You can get travel trailers starting as low as $139 a month. Great selection of fifth wheels, $329 a month. All of that with 10% down and approved credit. You can see more for yourself online. JohnstonRVCenter.com. That's JohnstonRVCenter.com. Chad in Gadsden is next. What's up, Chad? How are you?
Hey, I'm great. Thank you. So I've got a question, but it's going to take a second to set it up. This Auburn situation reminds me a lot of 2007 Alabama.
Okay.
They had Dubose, Price, Shula, Rich Rod refused to come, and I think they got so desperate that it's funny to say they were so desperate they hired Saban, but they gave Saban basically the keys to the city and said, do what you will. You know, after Tuberville, you know, Chiswick had some success, but we had the 2012 mess. You know, Malzahn, it became kind of a mantra that 8-5 was going to be most seasons. And, of course, we're looking at this season as maybe 3 or 4 wins. The names being thrown out, Freeze, Kiffin, Stoops, Primetime. What does Auburn have to change fundamentally or structurally? How far do they have to go to actually convince one of these 4 or some other quality person to come to the program?
Well, I mean, Alabama, Mal Moore promised Nick Saban that he would have total control over everything. And then Mal Moore was able to get Saban to believe him and then stand in the doorway and make it happen. Now, that's a unique situation because Mal Moore played for Bear Bryant. He was a coach with Bear Bryant and had long been around that program. So the boosters trusted Mal Moore that he could stand between the boosters and Nick Saban and let Nick do all the work. But you also have to win very early. That second year, Alabama played Florida in 2008 for a right to play for the national championship, and very quickly they were number 1 in the country. So it's easier to keep the people who pay for everything at bay if you're winning, if you get some early returns in year 2, which Nick Saban was able to do with a great recruiting class and results on the field. So you've got to, have a strong athletic director. You got to have boosters who trust that athletic director, and you got to have a coach good enough to be what Nick Saban was in Tuscaloosa. And history would say all 3 of those don't happen at one time very often. You know, Nick Saban, Bear Bryant, Bud Wilkinson, you can name the greatest of the history of college football for 150 years, and you only have a handful of them.
Yeah, I think Dunaway's dead right. I mean, dead on. Mal Moore was a guy that was so respected, and now Auburn doesn't have an athletics director.
Yep.
And so, you know.
And even when they do, it's usually a puppet of the guys who manage the program, not strong enough to say, guys, back off. This guy's the guy.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to bring in a powerful coach that wants to have full autonomy, but it's another thing to bring in the guy that's going to support him there is zero chance they're going to bring in a guy that's going to have the respect to be able to shut these power boosters down immediately.
Yeah.
So I think it's just a bad situation for Auburn overall. I do think there's some people that would take this job. I think Hugh Freeze would take the job.
In a heartbeat.
I think Deion Sanders, there's a chance he would take the job.
Maybe.
I think Matt Rule, if he's fired, he would probably take the job.
Now, Matt Rule's the kind of guy, if you had the right booster or the AD that could stand in the way and let Matt Rule come in and do what he did at Temple, what he built at Baylor, he's the kind of guy who could come in, recruit, lay down a foundation, and win. I think Deion Sanders could recruit his butt off, which you have to do to win nowadays, and you could get people excited about spending money. I don't know about Hugh Freeze. I don't know about Lane Kiffin. But, I mean, that place is ripe to win. I mean, you've seen people win there. You've seen people win there in the last 12 years. They can win at Auburn. So it just takes, for extended success, it just takes the right people. That's why Pat Dye was so successful, because he got there and he was able to run the show. The boosters loved him. He had a plan. He stuck to his plan. He didn't let anybody get him off his plan. He was the freaking AD too, so you could just do what you wanted to do, and that's what it takes. That's what it takes. You got to be able to go out and put every resource you have as a school into it.
All right, thank you, guys.
All right, thank you.
I mean, go back and look in the 80s at what Pat Dye did for that program, and it was such a great decade of Auburn football, just a great decade of Auburn football, and just some near misses kept it from being one from, you could call it a dynasty. It was that close to being a dynasty, a bounce here, a bounce there, and it could have been the dynasty of the 80s.
Again, I do go back to Hugh Freeze. I know that some people might be unimpressed with what he's done at Liberty, but when you really break it down, last year was kind of a weird year with Malik Willis. I think he's done a good job, and just go back to what he did at Ole Miss.
Yep.
And, people say he bent the rules, but guess what? You can bend the rules now.
Let's do our Baumhauer Spotlight today. Absolutely, you can. Baumhauer Spotlight, it is Thursday's tradition, brought to you by Baumhauer's Hit It Rockstar.
The Baumhauer Spotlight.
College football's best traditions.
Our friend Bob Baumhauer is celebrating 40 years here in the state of Alabama. In fact, he was the first to bring the delicious taste of wings to Alabama, Wings and Things, back in 1981. And they want to remind you, not only do they have the recession concession menu, taking it easy on your wallet, they've also got the Bunch for Lunch winners here on the next round. Every Tuesday, you have the opportunity to compete against us, or Upset Alert. Whoever wins, we'll put you in a drawing. We will draw one. You and 5 others will get a free lunch from our friends at Baumhauer's, and then you will actually be put into the grand prize drawing, where someone will receive 2 tickets to the Iron Bowl and 2 passes to the Crimson Tide Sports Marketing Crimson Village Dinner. It's all brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
Oregon faces Stanford Saturday night, 10 o'clock Eugene, game on FS1 if you want to watch it.
Why do they have a motorcycle?
Though it only holds 60,000 fans, Autzen Stadium is widely regarded as one of the loudest, most difficult places to play in all of college football. It is also relatively new, having opened just in 1967. Before that, you might not have known this, Oregon played only a couple games a year there at Autzen Stadium. All their big games were played in Portland, which is 110 miles away. It's even worse going from Tuscaloosa to Birmingham.
Wow.
The oddest thing about Autzen Stadium, though, is its namesake. It's lumber magnate and philanthropist Thomas J. Autzen. How did he get his name on the stadium, you might ask? The way you normally get your name on the stadium. He paid for it. He donated 10% of the stadium's construction cost, which allowed them to start construction and eventually finish the stadium that now bears his name. You want the odd part? Thomas J. Autzen is an alum of
Oregon State.
That is correct.
That's why they fire up
the old chainsaw.
This ain't going to be around for long. You get a guy, if Chip Kelly would have stayed there about 10 or 15 years.
Yeah. How weird is it, though, that your stadium is named after a guy that's an Oregon State grad?
Yep. How is it not Nike Stadium?
I know. Yeah. Phil Knight Field.
Yep.
That is your tradition presented by
That's very interesting. How did you come across that?
Studying. Oh, yeah, Google is involved.
Yeah. Buster Olney in the next segment. That's our spotlight brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer.
Celebrating 40 years here in the in the state of Alabama. Great hospitality, great food. And remember, weekly winners for Bunch for Lunch winners, go to nextroundlive.com. You can register there. Somebody at the end of the year is going to get 2 tickets to the Iron Bowl and 2 passes to the Crimson Tide Sports Marketing Crimson Village Dinner.
All right, and don't forget tonight, Dolphins and Bengals 7:15, and Utah State BYU 7 o'clock. Prime Video for the NFL, ESPN for the college game. Part of the show being brought to you by the great folks at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a place for your son or daughter to call home, Montevallo's that answer. Great class sizes, tuition price, a perfect low price. It hasn't been raised in 5 years. Compare that price to somewhere else, what you get for that diploma. Great athletics, 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports. Find out more at montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu, or schedule an in-person tour, montevallo.edu.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
I'm Donald Trump, and I love Alabama. As many of you know, there are few issues facing our nation as important as election integrity and election fraud. This is why the people of the great state of Alabama must work together to make it easier to vote and harder to cheat. So get out, register to vote, and get a photo ID so you can make your voice heard and decide the future of our great country. Thank you.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour. 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with walk-ons. All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that next round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
All right, here we go. Last night was history. 61. Can we get 62 on Friday from Aaron Judge? But it was a great moment last night. Let's talk to the man, Buster Olney, brought to you by our friends at ATIX.
He joins us each week courtesy of ATIX. 822-7382 Auburn-LSU tickets for Saturday night. Bama, Texas A&M, and Tuscaloosa next weekend. Braves postseason tickets, all of that. ATIX, AAATIX.com, 822-7382. What's happening, Buster? How are you?
Man, nothing going on in baseball, right? You got the pennant race. You got Braves Mets this weekend. Albert Pujols, 699, 700 at Dodger Stadium last week. And, Aaron Judge last night hitting 61 and, leaving all of us to try to put it into perspective exactly what he's accomplishing.
I want to start with Braves Mets. It's the huge series this weekend. It's where you guys will be Sunday night, obviously. And thank goodness it looks like the weather's not going to affect it now, just on that aspect. But I did see where the Mets are altering their starting rotation so that it can be DeGrom and Scherzer in games 1 and 2 of that series.
Yes, they made that decision yesterday. It was about yesterday at 5 o'clock that I was told by a Mets source, we're going to go with Scherzer on Sunday night. But then they switched it last night, and they still feel like, what I'm hearing from Braves people this morning is that, they think the weather's actually going to be great for each of the 3 games this weekend, and it won't be a factor. But the Mets are still kind of wondering if Saturday's game might be in jeopardy, and that would impact Scherzer and when they would go. But as it stands right now, Scherzer on Saturday. Look, I think it's a case where the Mets are going for the jugular, and I think they're setting up their rotation for down the road, because if you go Scherzer on Sunday and you wind up having to play in that wild card game, maybe that affects some of the choices you're going to make if the Mets don't win the division. So, because, we've seen divisions in the past where it comes down to whether a team is the division winner or the wild card, and there's something at stake, but not like this one, where you could be a 100-win team and be the wild card team. You go right into that 3-game series in the wild card round, perhaps against the Padres, maybe the Brewers, maybe the Phillies, and then go right from there, if you survive that, right into playing the Dodgers. So whoever wins this division, it's a huge advantage. So you can understand why both teams are trying to line up the rotations to put them in the best possible position.
Well, and when I look at this bracket, as of a couple of days ago, being a Dodger guy, I see the Braves over there, and I don't know who you want. I don't know if you want the Mets or the Braves in that NLDS.
I personally, I've told you guys, because after telling you that the Braves had no chance of winning the division back in May, I'm now completely on board with the Braves religion. I picked them to go back-to-back, first back-to-back champion since the 98 to 2000 Yankees. But if I'm sitting in the Dodgers' shoes, I would rather face the Mets because, yes, they've got DeGrom and they've got Scherzer, 2 potential dominant starting pitchers, but the Mets don't have a lot of home run power. Like the Braves, they can go deep. And I feel like that, his recent history has demonstrated that's how you win in the postseason. You got to have a team that can put the ball in the seats, and I think the Braves can do that better than the Mets can. And in a 5-game series, the Braves would be really scary to me.
61 means so much to different people, and I think Brown just showed you how tough it is for you guys to put it in perspective. You're like, Aaron Judge hit 61, left it to the rest of us to put into how much it means to baseball, and he said, all right, I'm going to start with Mets and Braves.
I localized it, Jim. I localized it.
News is local. They teach you that in journalism. So put it into perspective. What does 61 mean? What will 62 mean to all of us that love the sport?
All right. So, and you guys can be my focus group here, and you can knock this down if you want. I thought a lot about this before I did shows on ESPN today. I think that 61 has represented, generally speaking, the Mount Everest of the sport. Maris at 61 in 1961. It's a lot of years before anybody gets there. So for Judge to get to 61, it means he summited. If I play out the mountain climbing analogy, you think back to when the first people who climbed Mount Everest, they did so without, the cans of oxygen, right? They did it without that sort of aid. And subsequently, a lot of climbers also reached the top of Everest, but they did it without the oxygen tanks, right? And I think the same thing has sort of happened in baseball. Maris reached 61, Judge reached 61 without the substances, and then we saw McGuire, Sosa, presumably Bonds, all do it with substances. I think it's a different accomplishment. I've told you guys, I voted for Bonds, McGuire, Sosa for the Hall of Fame. I'm not saying what they did is irrelevant. I just think it's different than when you do what Judge has done, which is in an era in which offense is way down, when you see him 19 more home runs than the next closest guy, when guys are throwing harder than ever. You have these reliever parades, the advent of analytics. For him to win a triple crown potentially and to get to 61, 62, 63, wherever he winds up, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen. And it's different than what Bonds, McGuire, Sosa accomplished because, let's face it, they had a little bit of help. It doesn't mean they weren't great, but it just means it was different.
See, this is when I miss ESPN, the magazine, the most, because I could see the artist drawing up something, Buster, to go with your story with, certain athletes on the side of the trail not making it up to the summit and then to the summit, and then there's Bonds and them above that. It'd be a perfect old school ESPN, the magazine drawing. That'd be really good. I'd frame that.
I mean, you guys see what I'm saying? I feel like it's a different accomplishment. Sir Edmund Hillary climbing Mount Everest without oxygen, different than those guys who go up with the guides who basically haul them up the side of the mountain. It's a different accomplishment.
The only thing I would say, Buster, is hitters weren't the only one doing PEDs back in the day.
Totally.
Yeah.
There's no question. And I think, but it's just a different. And in fact, if you look at Bonds, and I agree with you, if you look at Bonds, what he was before we think he took PEDs and after, he's a completely different player, right? And as I say, if you ask me who has the record, who's the record holder for home runs in a season, of course it's Bonds. Career home runs, it's Bonds. But what Judge is doing is just different because as far as we know, he doesn't have that aid. And by the way, I had Charles Barkley on my podcast today, and he's with me. We both think Bonds should be in the Hall of Fame, but he's amazed by what Aaron Judge is doing.
In your analogy, are the Nationals the dead bodies on Mount Everest that you climb past? Is that okay?
I think that the Nationals, in my analogy, would be the group working at base camp in support of all the others.
Okay, all right, they got a job at least.
All right, we'll have a hot meal when you guys get back down.
So Buster Olney is with us, ESPN. He's brought to you each week by ATIX 822-7382, AAATIX.com. Bobby wanted us to ask you, with the way the Cubs have played since the All-Star break, do you think they will be aggressive in free agency with guys like Judge or Trey Turner?
I would be, based on what I've heard so far, I would be surprised. I think that if you gave truth serum to the people who run the Cubs, they think that they're in, say, year 1+ of a 5-year rebuild. And that there are a lot of players away. Now, that doesn't mean that you couldn't make an argument that the Cubs could use a signature star, a Judge, a Turner that you sell to your fan base. But here's the reality. If you're Tom Ricketts, the owner of the Cubs, your place is getting filled up. Their baseball this year was awful to watch. Like, they were a terrible team, and yet every game you tuned in, Wrigley Field is filled. And when we talk about tanking, Cubs and the Astros were two of the teams that were really the pioneers in going full-on tanking. So based on that, I don't think the Cubs are going to spend big this winter. They might get a couple guys, but not jumping into the huge contracts.
Good chance Aaron Judge holds on and gets the Triple Crown. And we talked about this, I think, last week or the week before. This would be one of the greatest seasons in the history of Major League Baseball. But to put everything in perspective, when we brought this guy up about a month ago with you, or you brought him up, at 39 years old, Justin Verlander, what type of season is he having as far as greatest is in pitcher history?
Boy, I mean, it's remarkable, and yet it's not. If you're around Justin for any length of time, you see how psychotic he is in his work ethic. And it's just coincidentally, in recent weeks, I bumped into starting pitchers before their games, on the day of games on Sunday night, like Jake Odorizzi, for example. And I bumped into him and I said, hi. And then I realized that, oh, geez, I'm so sorry. I know you're starting today. He goes, I don't care about that. And I said, Well, some pitchers do. And he looked at me, goes, mean like JV? Because he'd been a teammate of Verlander. Verlander's crazy that way. He has a crazy work ethic. He makes adjustment. I think I told you guys a story that I once, in working on an E60 on Justin, asked him, what do you want to accomplish in baseball? And it wasn't, I want team victories or some sort of robotic answer. It was, I want to do everything I can to get in the Hall of Fame. Like, that's how he thinks. And so as I've been watching him pitch, and he's had this incredible comeback season, he's going to make a ton of money this offseason when he opts out of his contract with the Astros. I think that he has legitimate chance to be the last guy to win 300 games in the big leagues. What he's doing this year is amazing. And yet, if you know his work ethic, you know his athleticism, how much he cares, it's not.
I've been telling these guys for 2 weeks that I want my Tampa Bay Rays to walk a tightrope and finish 6th so they get the Guardians, Yankees, and then either Astros or Blue Jays. I don't want them to finish 5th where they get the Blue Jays and then the Astros. When you talk to anybody on the competition committee, will there ever be a discussion about how this thing is formatted? Because it seems to me in this scenario, better to be the 6th seed than the 5th seed.
I hear you, and I've wondered about, like a potential reseeding. Feels like it would be fair after the first round rather than have the Dodgers locked in to play either the Braves or the Braves or the Cardinals, how that works. But I would say this, and I hear what you're saying about the Guardians. The Guardians, to me, right now are sneaky dangerous because they pitch so well. They're going to be at home, right? And they play a style that's not like any other. Forgive me if I've said this to you guys before. I don't think I have. Their style of play reminds me of the old Princeton basketball teams that would play like Georgetown in the first round. They're doing backdoor cuts, and they're maddening to play against. I've told Terry Francona that. He loved that comparison, right? That's the style they play. I would not want to be on the road with the Guardians. If I were the Rays, I'd rather play that first round at home. And they still have a shot, right? I know the Blue Jays are ahead, but they still have a shot.
All right, Braves-Mets. That's the Sunday night game with Buster and the gang. It should be very entertaining. He is very excited about it getting to Atlanta. We can't wait to see it as well. Buster presented each week by ATIX. If you want to go see that series, ATIX is the way to go there and get the best deal and the safest deal from ATIX. Thank you so much, Buster. Enjoy the weekend.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
All right, buddy. See you next week. ESPN's Buster Olney with us each week, courtesy of ATIX, AAATix.com. 822-7382 for all those tickets and the college football tickets. They can also get you in any event you want to go to, concerts and everything like that. Hey, a reminder, NASCAR coming to the Talladega Super Speedway, 877-GO-TO-DEGA. That is 877-GO-TO-DEGA. The Yellowwood 500 is Sunday. You can see it at Talladega Super Speedway. The way to get tickets is by going to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. Get all those great experiences, too, like the Kids VIP experience presented by Children's of Alabama, guided garage tours, pit box tours, driver intro fist bump alley, and more for the kids. See all that, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
All right, when we come back, a team that is about to wake up the echoes, or they've already awakened the echoes of the 1957 Indiana Hoosiers, and why Jackson Dart wears his eye black the way he does, just for LT, because he's on the Jackson Dart Express these days. That and a final thought when we come back right here on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
And we're back with some breaking transfer news out of Tuscaloosa. Tyler Bigbie, the award-winning realtor we've been talking about for months, has moved his license to Keller Williams Tuscaloosa. Tyler can now service Baldwin and Jefferson County as well. Call Tyler Bigbie if you're looking to purchase a home this fall, 205-826-6476, or visit tylerbigbie.kw.com. That's Bigbie, B-I-G-B-I-E.
Hey there, folks. Welcome back to another college football season. And welcome back to another season of Fansville by Dr. Pepper. That little slice of heaven. Every man, woman, and student section drinks Dr. Pepper like their life depends on it. It does. Where the air is filled with the scent of charcoal grills, and the streets are marked with yard lines. Practical. Where the current trending baby names are Blitz, Spike, and 2-point conversion. Adorable. And recruitment starts before you're born. It's a linebacker. Where NFT stands for Not Fun Tailgate, and DIY stands for Dr. Pepper is Yummy. It is. It's the place off-season fever dreams are made of, where the right to life, liberty, and barbecue is written in the town's constitution. Saucy. And the current forecast is sunny, with a 90% chance of the skies opening up and raining down delicious droplets of Dr. Pepper. Grab a bucket. Get ready for anything to happen this college football season on Fansville by Dr. Pepper. The one fans deserve. Grab some today.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert, because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386, or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com, or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Going to a big football game? Walking around all day? Then you'll want comfortable shoes. This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Score a touchdown with a new pair of ultra-comfortable running or walking shoes. Come to the New Balance Birmingham store. I'm telling you, we'll make sure you have a perfect fit, and we'll treat you like the starting QB. Our job is to make sure your feet are happy. Visit the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Your feet will thank you.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Football and baseball locks all weekend long from LT. Lance'sLock.com is brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. Hemp Hill Services there. If you're looking for a team that will fix it right, and fix it the first time, that has always been Hemp Hill since 1954, the name that Birmingham has trusted. Adam and Chad keeps going with that gold medal performance of fixing it right the first time, and fixing it at a fair price. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954, Hemp Hill Services. Call them now, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemp Hill. Pull up the Colorado graphic real quick. Carl Durrell could be the next coach fired. Historically bad start to this season. From the research of Brian Howell there, the list of Power 5 teams that have started the season with 4 consecutive losses by 25-plus points are listed right there.
Oh, my gosh.
1893 Tennessee, 1921 UCLA, 1932 Louisville, 1950 Virginia Tech, 1957 Indiana, and 2022 Colorado.
That is incredible.
Did he start his research on Saturday and just finished it? I mean, how do you find that?
I don't know, but that's pretty incredible when you consider. I mean, it has not happened since 1957. I mean, I would wouldn't call that modern day football. Would you call 1957 modern day football?
No, modern day football now starts in 50 years ago. What is that? 1980? 1978?
I think we considered the
82?
78 the FCS FBS split.
78?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Carl Durrell, I remember he had that 10-2 year where Mercedes Lewis was his tight end. Maurice Jones-Drew was the running back. That was a good team. And then he had a bunch of average teams at UCLA, and this has just been disastrous in Colorado.
They're at Arizona Saturday night. It's Pac-12 Network. I will not use a free pass to watch that one.
Yeah.
I got to see it ending there, right? Arizona's improved, but do you think they're going to beat Colorado by 25?
I don't know. I don't know. But it already tied that record, chance to break it there. Couple of other things to get to. One more great sponsor to tell you about. That's the great folks at Crocker Moving Services. CrockerMovingServices.com. Whether you're moving right now or whether you're moving next spring or over the holidays, whenever it is, remember the name Crocker Moving Services. Eric Crocker is the owner. He is a Marine, a Birmingham native, a veteran of the Iraq War. He does it right, and he does it with a great mindset, a great fiber in his company there of being a veteran-owned company that hires veterans when he can. He uses made-in-American supplies and equipment whenever possible, and he does it with the best team that he can put on the field, and that's what you get with Crocker Moving Services. CrockerMovingServices.com, CrockerMovingServices.com. Whether it's your residential or commercial move, they'll pack up your office, they'll pack up your home, and move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out at CrockerMovingServices.com, CrockerMovingServices.com. Jackson Dart, big fan. LT's a big fan. Thinks the guy's turning the corner at Ole Miss. He wears a special eye black. Take a look at the look there. He wears it there. The reason, the guy to the right, Anakin Skywalker. He's a big Star Wars fan, and Anakin has a scar on his right eye, and that's why he wears his eye black that way.
I think they told the story the first time he came in against Washington State on Fox last year, but for whatever reason, I thought it was Mel Gibson and Braveheart.
Yep. One more. Kyle Pitts, Florida guy, losing a bet in the locker room in Atlanta to a Tennessee guy. Has to come out. The Gator has to wear the checkerboard overalls to pay off the bet. So Colt McCoy, Kyle Pitts, making some college bets and paying them off in the locker room this weekend. I bet they have fun watching college football in the facilities or on the road on Saturdays.
Boy, those overalls, though.
Oh, that's terrible.
Such a bad look when they do that in the Tennessee. I don't know how they. Well, I guess
better overalls, those or the Aggie overalls?
Those.
Yeah, you hate everything Texas A&M.
I really do. I hate everything about that stupid tradition.
All right, we are back with you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central. Glad to have everybody on the show today. Show number 300 in the books. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.